Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be looking at two bills in a public hearing this morning and two bills in a work session before some afternoon work in a public hearing. So welcome. And if you'd like to look at old recordings of this committee work or listen and watch at the same time, you can go to legislature.maine.gov, look up Health and Human Services, HHS, and you can look on our very own YouTube channel. Everything's recorded. So we have continued our habit of regularly running into technical problems. Yesterday was several connections, so please bear with us while we sort those things out. As you testify this morning, we'd like you to keep your time to under 3 minutes, which is a page and a half of typed material. And we'll go through the folks who are testifying in favor and the folks who are testifying against, and then the people who are neither for nor against. This morning, we'll start with LD 1305 and then go to 1388. Let's see here. So let's introduce ourselves and start with, I did see, there it is, Representative Zager right in front of me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Zager, honored to represent District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemlin.
Good morning, I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover and I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thanks to everyone who's joined us here today. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And welcome from me too. I'm Ned Claxton. I'm the Senate Chair and represent Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. Glad to have you here. We're joined by our staff, Ms. Dooling.
Good morning. My name is Erin Dooling. I'm one of the legislative analysts with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. And I just want to apologize. Your electronic LD files have now been updated. So if you go to the HHS committee website, you should be able to see the links to the public hearings for today. And I apologize for the confusion there.
And Ms. Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy. I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. If you need any assistance during the hearing, you can email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov.
And Ms. Withy's been a big help getting some of the people who wanted to present testimony hooked up and in audible and visible. So thank you for that. Anything we want to do before we start with LD 1305? So let's begin, and we're going to be hearing from Representative Morales. So we'll bring her in. Welcome again.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to, before I begin, I just want to say thank you to you all, and I will be much briefer than I was last week, but I just wanted to thank you for your grace in allowing me to lay out the housing crisis, but I won't have to do that today because I know you are all very aware of it. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland and House District 33. I am here today to present LD 1305, an act to streamline requests for housing assistance. The housing need is greater than we have ever seen it. Pre-pandemic, we were in a severe housing crisis with 19,000 households on the waiting list for Section 8 vouchers. Today, there are 25,000 households on the waiting list. That's a 27% increase in housing insecurity, which does not capture all facets of this housing crisis. I know you are all aware of the depth of the crisis and are exploring various policy initiatives to solve it. I also know you are well aware of the link between housing insecurity and houselessness and the needs of those families and children who access the programs of the Department of Health and Human Services, whether that be through the Office of Child and Family Services with Child Protective Actions, the Office of Family Independence, and the receipt of TANF, SNAP, or the General Assistance Emergency Needs and Rental Assistance Program, the Office of Behavioral Health to provide services for those adults with mental illness and/or substance use disorder, including the BRAP and PATH rental assistance programs, or the Office of Main Care to receive health care. The truth is that when we stably house folks in crisis with behavioral health support, even those experiencing the worst crises, they get well. What that means in terms of performance measurement for the state is that because these individuals and families no longer need access to emergency and crisis-related services, the state saves money and improves lives at the same time. This is prevention. Given the great housing needs so many people are experiencing today, given how burdensome and difficult it is to access available resources, and given the millions of federal dollars we will have to invest in housing in the next few years before we lose it, the $200 million in CARES Act funding that we already have, and the $350 million in American Recovery Plan funding that we will soon have, we must work together to help the folks receiving the services of the Department of Health and Human Service to access housing assistance. That is what this bill does. Simply, when folks apply for TANF, SNAP, and Main Care, let's also ask if they need housing assistance and either connect them to housing resources within the Department of Health and Human Services or coordinate with Maine Housing to connect them to those resources. I understand DHHS has agreed to work with Maine Housing to include the need for heating assistance through Maine Housing's LIHEAT program. What I am proposing today is very similar. I understand there are concerns that the departments have, and I would be very happy to work with them before the work session. This bill, as I mentioned above, has a short-term urgency to make sure we are able to leverage all of the rental housing assistance we will have and will receive from the federal government, and then a long-term goal to create a process, potentially utilizing those federal funds to do that, to streamline how we provide housing assistance so that it is not so burdensome and time-consuming for all involved. Thank you for the opportunity to present this policy consideration.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Are there any questions of the representative? Just so I'm clear, this is really what we've referred to at other times, the committee as a no wrong door, that anytime you go and touch the system of assistance, then that's a standing question. The record will reflect the witness said yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes, it was. I just want to make sure I understood. This is the equivalent of a no wrong door policy in terms of getting support for housing. Anytime you touch the system, you're going to be asked if you need housing assistance.
That's right. I'm sorry, I had not heard that term before, so I'm writing it down, but I like it. Thank you.
You should hang out with us.
Well,
you'll learn all kinds of
careful
stuff.
what you ask for, Senator.
I feel like you already are. Representative Stover.
Representative Morales, thank you for this bill. As you know, since I participated in the housing work group, we have significant housing needs where I live. When in the language where it says request housing assistance, is that, and if it's through the portal through TANF or another portal through OFI, is there a specific type of, is it a voucher or is it, what would it actually be that you would get through Maine Housing?
And I think that's the question that we need to work out with the departments, because as you know, there's different eligibilities for criteria for each of the different housing assistance programs that Department of Health and Human Services have, which are a number of them. And then what Maine Housing has for Section 8. So I can't tell you exactly what that would look like, but I'm willing to, I think it's important enough that we sit down together and try and figure that out. I'm positive there's a solution there.
Okay, so as this reads, it would almost, if I check that box, it's going to acknowledge that I need housing. It doesn't necessarily be the next step to getting me a voucher or something. We don't know yet, right?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, we would have data systems interoperability throughout the entire state where you can plug in the information, it's confidential. I'm hearing that Vermont is very good at that, and that they've figured out a way. And I think Maine Equal Justice is going to come and talk to you about that. But they figured out a way to target the housing money that we have now coming from the feds directly to TANF recipients, who we know, and I know in my day-to-day job, they're all in need of housing assistance too. But they figured out a way to do that. So I think other states are doing that, and it'd be really great to look at those models.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the bill. What role does DHHS play with the LIHEAP program? How do they just ask people if they need energy?
I don't know the exact answer to the question. What I've heard is that they are working on adding that question to that unified application. And so how it will exactly work, I'm sure they're working on that, but they may be here to testify about that as well.
Well, are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. And we have one other person to testify in support. That'd be Ms. Danforth. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Ann Danforth, and I am a policy advocate at Maine Equal Justice. We are a civil legal services organization working with and for people with low income, seeking solutions to poverty through policy, education, and legal representation. In my testimony today, I will speak to why Maine Equal Justice supports this bill, and at the same time, will also encourage the committee to think about this bill in a larger context, as part of an even broader effort to modernize and improve our current safety net and work support programs as such opportunities arise. LD 1305 would help move us in that direction towards a safety net that is simple, easy to use, well-coordinated, human-centered, and efficient. We hear from clients regularly about the challenges they face trying to access safety net and work support programs from a system that is siloed, antiquated, inefficient, and irrational. While these supports are essential and a lifeline for many Mainers, ultimately, they aren't reaching many of those who need them most. We have the opportunity now to begin to change this. We can bring these programs into the 21st century and make these systems equipped to respond to people's needs in a holistic manner, as other states are doing. This change will reduce governmental inefficiencies, improve people's well-being, and improve the state's economy. LD 1305 provides the opportunity to take steps now in the direction of this broader goal. Even before the pandemic, the rent burden was unaffordable for nearly 4 out of every 10 Maine households. And as you know, now COVID-19 has exacerbated the housing crisis. Fortunately, as you heard, the federal government has provided some short-term relief in the form of $350 million in funds for emergency rental assistance in Maine. However, Maine has limited time to spend these funds. Better coordination between DHHS and Maine Housing will benefit Mainers struggling to pay their rent, and it will also help the state take advantage of federal funds, which Maine may lose to other states if it doesn't spend them. To reach more families in need in the short term, DHHS could add a linked rental assistance application to My Maine Connection, which is DHHS's online benefits portal, where people are going to apply for SNAP, TANF, and Maine Care. And as you heard, this is an approach recently taken with LIHEAP. We understand that DHHS and Maine Housing also have plans for further coordination by adding LIHEAP application questions to DHHS's My Maine Connection replacement, so that eventually people will be able to start a LIHEAP application at the same time that they apply for SNAP, TANF, and Maine Care. That information will then be sent over to Maine Housing to finish processing the application.
30 seconds, Ms. Danforth.
And another approach to integration, which Vermont has taken, is setting aside federal emergency rental assistance funds for their Department of Health to administer emergency rental assistance directly for TANF recipients. And so that program, which launched on April 5th, has already resulted in a third of TANF households being enrolled in that assistance program. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Ms. Danforth. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so thank you for being here. I don't see anybody else who wants to testify in support of this bill. I do see somebody who would like to testify against. Welcome, Mr. Pilat.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Anthony Pilat, Director of the Office for Family Independence, the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 1305, an act to streamline requests for housing assistance. This bill would require the department to include a request for housing assistance on applications for food supplement benefits, temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, and Maine Care, which are all programs administered by our office, OFI. As the bill is written, this new request on applications would include housing assistance from the department or the Maine State Housing Authority. The primary reasons the department opposes this bill include the significant fiscal impact it would have on the department, liability and confidentiality concerns, and the overall additional burden on the department, and more importantly, challenges to the people that it's our mission to assist. OFI generally receives an average of 10,000 applications per month. This volume often stretches our capacity to provide application decisions in the timely manner that is required by federal regulations and that responds to the immediate needs of Mainers. Adding a program request will further stress the capacity of OFI and our work processing timelines. Additional staff within OFI would be required to process these new requests, to manage additional staff, to train all staff on the various housing program application requirements, and to develop any required technology changes and manage data exchanges. Adding a program whose authority lies with an agency outside of the department poses risk to the department. OFI staff are not in a position to advise or evaluate housing assistance requests and have no direct affiliation with the Maine State Housing Authority. In order to execute an effective and legal data sharing agreement or memorandum of understanding, OFI will require expertise in each particular security standard governing each housing subsidy. For example, Medicaid eligibility regulations provide very narrow opportunities for data sharing. If the department is required to add this program to our application process, a legal agreement would need to be developed between the Maine State Housing Authority and the department related to confidentiality and security requirements of both entities. The Maine State Housing Authority retains a network of third-party providers and contacts, and we anticipate that significant controls would be required to restrict the sharing of client details. We agree that we want state assistance to be readily and intuitively available to those who are eligible. This is why we have initiated a review and modernization of My Maine Connection, the department's central benefit application portal, to make it more user-friendly and streamlined. Programs administered by OFI have specific and inflexible federal requirements of the application document and process. Any changes made to the application require approval from federal partners like the Center for Medicaid Services, or CMS. We are currently working on an updated online portal to continue our ongoing efforts to simplify the process for applicants. OFI has taken many steps to simplify and streamline our application process. Our application has been modified frequently, And despite our best efforts to minimize the burden on applicants, our paper application with required additions now stands at 18 pages. National experts advise states to simplify the application process for benefits. The more information and questions that are included on an application makes the process more challenging for many of the state's neediest citizens. OFI has often received feedback from applicants and other stakeholders complaining that the current application document and process are too lengthy when only the programs that OFI must administer are included. Additional program information and questions would further lengthen the application process and increase the burden on applicants. This may deter needy individuals from applying for assistance. Additional assistance in the application process would be needed by OFI staff as well as partner agencies that assist individuals with applying. In summary, we acknowledge that there is overlap between applicants for OFI program benefits and housing assistance. However, the same can be said of applicants of the WIC program. Those request benefits from Social Security disability, unemployment, heating assistance, and tax credits. It's not reasonable to expect OFI staff and system to respond to the needs of applicants beyond the programs that DHHS administers. One application that meets all needs may be the ideal, but we can't ignore that each of these programs receives authority from various federal agencies, are governed by individual regulations, and are implemented through a variety of systems. We hope the committee will oppose the passage of LD 1305. Thank you for your time and attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have and can make myself available for questions at the work session.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Pilot? Yes, Representative Stover.
Thank you, Mr. Pilot. 10,000 is a big number. 10,000 a month is a very big number. So I'm just wondering if within your office, if you have any plans for additional funding to alleviate some of that crisis, or do you have any plans to use some of the new American Rescue funds to alleviate the crisis of your staff processing 10,000 applications a month?
Well, there's usually different ways to skin the proverbial cat, if you will. So we certainly look at, for example, the Wilton Call Center. We stood that up a couple of years ago using time-limited positions to help alleviate the time our staff spend on the phones, providing more time for eligibility specialists to focus on recertification and application processing. We've also looked at different system improvements. For example, we recently replaced our rules engine that would allow us to make more timely and efficient eligibility decisions on the applications that we receive. So there's different things that we've been doing to try and help make the whole process more efficient.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any, but oh yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Pilot, I really appreciate the hard work that you and your department are doing. I was interested in, you mentioned My Main Connection, which in your testimony sounds a lot like what Representative Morales is describing. Can you, and yet either it's not well known or it's not user friendly to achieve the aims that are intended for this legislation. Can you comment more about that portal? Can you evaluate, please, how effective it is, how well known it is, how well funded it is, how user friendly it is? Just some more about My Main Connection, please.
Sure. My Main Connection was built over 2009 and implemented in 2010. And it is essentially an online service portal for all OFI programs, Main Care, SNAP, and TANF. We also do childcare applications through this online portal. It will handle applications, it will do recertifications, and it will do case summary updates. As with any technology over 10 years, things become a little outdated and the technology used can look a little long in the tooth. So the goal right now is to improve the look and feel of the application process with this online service. For example, more intuitive questions. So if you say that you're the only member of the household, we won't make you go through another page that says, tell us about everybody else in your household. It will jump to the next part of the application process. It will make better use of radio buttons. It'll have more drop-down options. So hopefully that whole process will be more quick and efficient for the applicant.
But it doesn't include, I'm sorry, go on.
No, please go ahead.
Do I understand that it does not include housing?
It does not include housing at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there other questions? I don't see any. Thank you again for being here, Mr. Pilot.
Thank you.
We have somebody who would like to testify neither for nor against, so we'll welcome the Honorable Eric Jorgensen.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can.
Good, thank you. Good morning. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Eric Jorgensen, Director of Government Relations at the Maine State Housing Authority, Maine Housing. I'm testifying today neither for nor against LD 1305. This bill proposes to provide an option for the applicants to request housing assistance from Maine State Housing Authority when applying for aid programs at DHHS. I think the idea of making it easy for Mainers to apply to one program while also learning about the availability of other support and assistance programs creates a basic efficiency, and that's something that Maine Housing absolutely supports. We do feel, though, that the details of this proposed measure aren't entirely clear, and if by housing assistance, the bill was referring to the 2021 federal emergency rental assistance programs, it would likely be a simple matter to direct applicants to the online rent assistance application page. If the bill refers to the Section 8 housing choice voucher, it's an entirely different process, but it too is completed online and you could make a link to that. We don't, however, believe that these programs can be applied for within a DHHS application process. And I think that sort of echoes what Mr. Pilot was saying, as they all come from different federal agencies, have different income criteria, different ways of calculating income, and fundamentally different structures. For just one example, the emergency rental assistance program that we're currently offering or working with requires tenants and landlords to apply to the program together. It's just the way the program is designed by the federal government, and that's how it works. So while having DHHS applicants apply for Maine housing programs through a DHHS website is problematic, I think creating links from one website to another makes abundant sense. Maine Housing has recently linked its Home Energy Assistance Program, HEAP, to DHHS's My Maine Connection web portal, as was discussed earlier. And there, applicants can, as they learn about various department programs, click on a link to get to our HEAP application website. I think this is a really useful tool to assure that people in need of support can readily learn what's available. We would similarly and enthusiastically support links like this for the Emergency Rent Relief Program and other COVID-19 support programs under the American Rescue Plan Act. We know that My Maine Connection is being reconceived, and we're eager to continue working with the department to assure that people seeking state support have a straightforward and well-marked path to follow to find available options and getting the assistance that they need. Thank you. I'd be very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Jorgensen? I don't see any, so we'll proceed. Thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
So I don't see anybody else who would like to testify neither for nor against. So I think that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration of LD 1305. Are there any questions we'd like to direct to Aaron in anticipation of the work session? I don't see any, so I think we're all set then. All right. That being the case, we can proceed to consideration of LD 1388. And That will be presented by Representative Pluker. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the entire Committee of Health and Human Services for the opportunity to present LD 1388, an act to require testing of public drinking water supplies for toxic perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, and to establish maximum contaminant levels. I believe that this is the last of the bills concerning PFAS in drinking water that your committee will hear this session. And thank you for your time and attention to this important matter. The core difference between this bill and some of the others in your committee's possession is the required testing of water systems for PFAS at the level of 20 parts per trillion. There are people who will follow me, such as Dr. Linda Birnbaum, who will be better able to discuss with you the biological and chemical rationale behind this important level of contamination across the PFAS body of chemicals. So I'm going to stick to what I know, discuss the political rationale for choosing this level. The contamination is in our ground and it's in our water. As a farmer, I have the personal experience of someone who depends upon the safety and purity of our land and water for my livelihood. As a representative of my district, I know that I cannot be party to any decision that jeopardizes the health of the children and families of our district. I know that I must be a part of the solution to our PFAS troubles for the state of Maine. Unfortunately, the contamination is already affecting the state's water supply, and it's an issue that we'll be facing for years and decades to come. We cannot afford to let the issue continue without a proper diagnosis, because the health effects will spread, causing us even more extensive costs in the years to come. If we use old science to diagnose our issues, we will have an even harder time getting ahead of the issue. 20 parts per trillion represents a choice that we need to make in order to stop the damage and be proactive about the problems when we're already playing catch up. The governments of Massachusetts and Vermont have chosen this level for their drinking water, not because it's the most conservative, but because it presents a safe, enforceable level that affords a powerful degree of protection to their citizens. We cannot afford to set a level much lower than 20 parts per trillion because of the pervasiveness of PFAS in our world, and we don't have the filtration capability to ensure that we can get every water supply's levels that low. However, by setting the level at 20 parts per trillion, we know that we can protect our citizens from excessive contamination, and we can remedy much of the contamination that we face. There's strong science showing that 20 parts per trillion is the right choice for our constituents' health. 20 parts per trillion is a level that we can reach with proper filtration in most cases. And as leaders with the responsibility to keep our people safe, this bill is the clear first step that we must take in fulfilling that duty. I encourage you to vote ought to pass to protect our people's health and provide a clear vision of a healthy future. And I'm happy to answer your questions as I'm able. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing this forward and completing our trifecta. Next, I don't see any questions for the representative. So we'll go to a couple of visitors from out of state. We'll begin with Ms. Pelch. Welcome.
Hello, good morning, chairs and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Catherine Pelch, an assistant professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. I hold a PhD in biology and have expertise in evaluating the health effects of PFAS and similar harmful chemicals. I have also been working in collaboration with scientists to systematically evaluate the decisions and judgments that have been made by the 18 US federal and state agencies that have conducted risk assessments for PFAS in drinking water. I am speaking today in favor of Bill LD 1388 to establish a monitoring program for PFAS in community and non-community water systems, and to treat all water systems that are found to exceed a combined level of 20 parts per trillion for the 6 PFAS, which are PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, PFNA, PFHPA, and PFDA. I strongly support the provision to require monitoring of water supplies beyond these 6 PFAS, using methods for PFAS that have been developed by the US Environmental Protection Agency. Over time, proposed and adopted MCLs, notification levels, and health-based guidance values for PFAS have continued to become stricter and more health protective as new scientific studies indicating health harms at lower exposure levels have become available. Leading scientists currently suggest that drinking water levels for several PFAS should actually be in the range of 1 to 2 parts per trillion in order to account for a variety of health effects that have been observed at low levels of exposure, including disruption of immune system function. In line with this, many states have set values in the low part per trillion range for several PFAS. The states and agencies setting the strictest values have included considerations that more adequately protect infants and children, who represent a vulnerable and susceptible population for PFAS exposure. The young are vulnerable because they consume more water on a per body weight basis than adults. And the young are also particularly susceptible to the harmful effects of PFAS due to their rapid growth and development and the potential for the establishment of long-lasting health effects, including a decreased response to vaccines and changes in hormonal signaling. It is important to note that the existing lifetime health advisory from EPA of 70 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFAS is outdated, and it does not consider the effects of PFAS that are observed at low levels of exposure or account for the vulnerability and sensitivity of infants and children. Many PFAS share these similar toxicity concerns, indicating that a combined or cumulative toxicity is of concern. To address this, as we just heard, some states have set combined standards, for example, Vermont and Massachusetts, which have a combined standard of 20 parts per trillion for either 5 or 6 PFAS, respectively.
30 seconds, Dr. Pelch.
I would argue that the proposal to regulate 6 PFAS at 20 parts per trillion, as indicated in LD 1388, actually does not go far enough, considering there are many more PFAS in use and detected in the environment with known and unknown effects on health. And for more information on this, I refer you to the technical guidance that my colleagues and I recently submitted to the Agency of Natural Resources in Vermont, which outlines in detail how the state can take steps to more comprehensively regulate the entire class of PFAS in drinking water. Thank you again for your consideration and attention to this important public health matter.
Thank you for being here. The main term is from away. Thank you for testifying. Are there any questions for Ms. Pelch? I haven't had a chance to look at your printed testimony yet, but did you include a link to that report that you referenced that went to Vermont?
It's included. It's attached in the PDF, yes.
Great. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for joining us from Texas.
Thanks.
Now we'll go to Ms. Birnbaum, and welcome. As soon as you're unmuted. There we go.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make a couple of comments. I do want to say that I'm very pleased to see you're considering the 20 parts per trillion for at least 2 of these, but I urge you to consider including others in this. So I did prepare a number of just slides for the written testimony. I would urge you to look at them, and I'd like to just make a couple of clear points about what we know about the PFAS. First of all, these are very useful compounds. On the other, there are tremendous number. If you are looking at what I sent, I would go to the 3rd slide, which is just a little bit of background chemistry, looking at the structures of these compounds. And the point is they all look alike. And the bottom line is we start to study them, they are all doing the exact same things in our body. They are all highly persistent. As you know, these are forever chemicals. They are not going to leave our environment. In fact, once we make them, we have a huge problem in how do we get rid of them, as they do not degrade. And in fact, there is no successful way of breaking them down at all. And they are all passing, once they get into our water systems, whether it's through a municipal solid waste and wastewater treatment plant, whether it's through direct dumping, whether it's through AFFF, we're finding that they pass through our filtration system. So we really have a real trouble removing them. We all have PFAS in our bodies. And in fact, now when you look at CDC comes out with its biomonitoring report every 2 years, and we're finding that all Americans are exposed to more and more of these as they start measuring for more and more. So while CDC is now measuring for up to 16 of these in our blood all the time, this is just a very small set of the 9,200 or more that are actually being produced and found in our environment. Now, the reason that we're so concerned about these are that these are multi-system toxicants. If you give me a tissue, you give me an age range, you give me an organ system, you give me a male or a female, we are going to see effects in all of these things in multiple animal species. These are not chemicals that are just affecting rats or mice or guinea pigs or monkeys or birds or fish. they are also affecting people. And so the kinds of effects are endocrine disruption, effects on our thyroid system, as well as our androgen system and our estrogen systems. These are potent immune suppressants affecting our immune system. And there is now data that's showing that people who have higher levels of these chemicals in their bodies have more severe COVID. If they get COVID, for example, we know that these chemicals impact our livers. They impact our kidneys, and kidneys, they also cause kidney cancer, or highly associated with kidney cancer and testicular cancer.
30
we know,
seconds, Dr. Birnbaum.
thank you. They affect multiple different kinds of things. If you go to, happens to be slide 7, and you don't have to look at it now, the point is here, is that this is just a little experimental data. As a research scientist, I wanted to mention, but what you can see is all these curves are totally parallel. And what that says is that they're all doing the same thing. This happens to be looking at the effect in male and female rats on the liver, and what you see is parallel curves. The next slide just shows you that in multiple states, including your neighbors who are using the sum, Vermont of 5 and Massachusetts of 6, PFAS of 20, that's an improvement. But the calculations that we are getting from multiple scientists around the world is that to really approach a level, for example, where the 1 in a million increased cancer risk would be, that would be the maximum cancer risk is lower than 1 parts per trillion of the, and that's just for PFOA. So again, we have a lot of key questions. We may be looking at 16 of these, but there are lots of others. So we really need to begin to measure what is the total organic fluorine, for example, in our water supplies and in our serum. And I can tell you that the couple studies where that's been done indicates that we are looking maybe at 20, maybe at 25% of the total amount, not that's only in our drinking water, but that is also in our bodies. And we're going to have to begin asking the question, do we really need to be looking at these chemicals as a class? So thank you. And I really look forward to answering any questions.
Can you just, before we begin with the questions, can you just tell us a little bit about North Carolina and your role there?
Okay, well, I recently, a year and a half ago, I retired from being director of the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences and the National Toxicology Program. NIEHS is part of the National Institutes of Health, but we are the only institute located in the southern part of heaven, rather than just outside of Washington, D.C. So since I've retired, I've been appointed a scholar in residence at the Nicholas School of the Environment at Duke University. I should say I've also been appointed as a scientist emeritus in the intramural research program of the NIH. And I still do have a research lab where I am actually doing some work looking at the toxicity of PFAS.
Thank you for that clarification. We just want to bet you. Obviously, you just passed.
Thank you.
Representative Meyer, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Birnbaum, for bringing your expertise here today before our committee. We've heard some concerns from Maine DHHS that the maximum contaminant levels that other states have settled on have all been reached using slightly different methodologies. And because of that, Maine needs to start from scratch for 4 of the PFAS. Should we be concerned that our neighbors in Massachusetts and Vermont arrived at the same number via different methods? Or can we safely rely on the work that they did and set our MCLs at 20 parts per trillion?
I actually gain more confidence knowing that 2 different organizations have arrived at a similar number by different methodologies. When we're conducting experimental studies, that kind of finding where you come to a similar conclusion using different methods actually is a strengthening of the understanding. I understand that the toxicologists at Maine feel that they'd like to crank all the numbers and stuff, but what that does is delay. And I think it's also important to realize that what is present in, say, Massachusetts doesn't necessarily stay in Massachusetts. And in fact, is spread. There's a lot of increasing data that some of the some of the production or use facilities of these chemicals, you know, they may be in New Jersey, but we're now finding those chemicals as far, for example, have spread via the air as far as New Hampshire. And they just haven't looked in Maine to know that it's there yet. So to me, the fact that there have been different methodologies that arrive at a similar number is actually very reassuring.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Do you believe that there's solid scientific basis to regulate the 4 compounds that are included in this bill, but were not included in the department's bill?
Yes, I do. That's why I showed you that 1 dose response curve, which is from data that the National Toxicology Program published about a year and a half ago, which I think, but there's a lot of other data that stresses the fact that while all of these chemicals may not do everything exactly the same, there's tremendous amount that they do the same. And I think that you may have heard the term that the new PFAS or something like the PFHPA, the C7, which is the one that is included in both. It is short-lived chemical. You know, it doesn't have this 3 or 4 year half-life in people. It's a chemical that has a half-life in people of about 2 months. You know, if that was a drug, that would be considered an incredibly long-lived chemical. It means that there is opportunity if there's ongoing exposure for it to build up in your body.
Thank you.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Birnbaum, thank you also for bringing your expertise to help us understand this. I noticed in that slide on the hepatocellular toxicity,
right?
There's significant orders of magnitude for the different
correct
compounds.
That's correct.
And one of the things that we as a committee have been trying to understand both with this bill and others is that there's diversity of, in these compounds, but there's also some common threads. And one of the things we've been advised is that it might be folly to put a boundary around these 4 or these 5 or those 20, and then not account for the diversity of these that we'll be discovering as more research goes into this. So my question is could you please counsel us on how to account for that there's each compound could have a very different dose toxicity, and yet in legislation we have to draw bounds in some fashion. So how do we wrestle with that in the legislation? Do you have any advice for us?
Well, thank you, Representative Sager. That's a very good question. What we're seeing is that there's a difference in potency. And what that is related to is is how much you have to administer, in this case to a rat, but it would also be, or how much you would have to drink in order to get the effect. But if we look, and I didn't include those slides, if you look at what's in our bodies instead of what you're delivering, what you find is that these chemicals often have the same potency. So there's the difference. So for a chemical, what drives the potency difference here is the half-life in our body. So as I was mentioning for PFHPA, which is one of the less potent, this is a study in rats. Rats get rid of this a lot faster than people do. And in people, the half-life, even of this, quote, short half-life chemical is 2 months. So that means if you're drinking it every day, you will build it up in your body. And what we found with a number of these short-lived chemicals, now there's data, for example, for Gen X. I don't know if you've heard of Gen X, but here in North Carolina, that is a huge problem, a major short-lived contaminant. But what we're finding is that when you look at the amount that's in the body, you get the same response with the same amount in the body as we do, say, with PFOA or PFOS. So the real appropriate metric is how much is in the body to compare that. But the point is they all do the same thing. When things do the same thing, you can kind of just add them up. And actually, there's been a very interesting study came out a few months ago, done very nicely, coming out of the Netherlands, where they actually looked at the sum of the 16 PFAS, which are now being measured, say, by the CDC in blood, and showed that you could basically add up their toxicity.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Please.
So if I understand what you're saying is that you favor having a single limit for a variety of compounds, even if that's a small group of the overall number of compounds.
I would say yes, I do. I'm a pragmatist. I want to do what we can do. And I think it's important to realize that since none of these chemicals will ever leave our environment, we will be, they will build up in our environment so that we will continue to have more and more exposure.
And so you're not concerned about, if these four are limited, then, chemist somewhere could come up with another one or another 50 that achieve, that are equally toxic, but meet the letter of the law?
Sam, that's a great point about unfortunate substitution. And that's what we're going through with these chemicals right now, is that it became clear that PFOS and then PFOA were very problematic. So the major manufacturers, 3M and DuPont, said, oh, we're not making them anymore. And they went to another chemical, which we knew less about, and it's turning out to do the same thing. And in some cases, in many cases, be equally potent and equally of concern. So that I think that, there needs to be ways going forward to look at these as a group. That's why I am one of the co-authors, and I shared that paper that was published last summer about looking at the PFAS as a single class. And I can tell you that the European Union, which in many ways is ahead of the US when it comes to chemicals regulation, came out with a chemical strategy, and they explicitly call for regulation of PFAS as a class, and only allow their use for essential purposes, criticality kind of issues. And the current FDA, in their Office of Toxics, the acting assistant administrator, Michael Friedhoff, is looking at this whole issue of criticality of the PFAS.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your cooperation in coming, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just an ordinary person, and I have to ask an ordinary question so that I can understand it. And so the department has suggested that regulating just two, the PFOA and the PFOS, will capture roughly 90% of the problematic water. Do you agree with that? And what would you, and so we're discussing this as well, and it seems like it's a forever chemical. Just by testing the water, I mean, is there some kind of abatement that we can do to have a healthier water?
So you have, I'm hearing a couple of questions there, Representative Craven. First of all, I'll take the water question first. And the problem is our standard filtration methods using granular activated charcoal do a pretty good job of removing PFOA and PFOS, but they don't do a good job with what are called the short chains. So all the new substitutes that we have coming out, they don't remove them well. You also have a problem that you remove that, then you're left with contaminated granular activated. What do you do with it? Do you put it in a landfill? We know what happens with landfills over time, that there is leakage as well. And so far, there is no either approved incineration method that would safely totally break those carbon fluorine bonds, and there is no chemical method. Remember, there is no PFAS that are made naturally by any kind of microbe or plant or any species. So this is not something that nature knows how to deal with. Now, your other question was, and I'm forgetting it, I should have answered that one first.
Well, I mean, I just learned that there are 20 varieties, and the department is suggesting regulating testing just two, and that they would capture roughly 90% of the problematic water. And so I just that seems unrealistic to me.
I think it may be unrealistic. I don't have the data in front of me to look at all the testing that's been done throughout Maine to see which are the other PFAS that are present in your water systems. I do know that the PFHXS, which in many states, or quite a number, is being, and studies are showing it does just what PFOS does. And I should mention it's got a very, very long half-life, longer than PFOA or PFOS. There's data that PFDA, which is the C10 related to the C9 PFNA or the C8 PFOA, they're doing exactly the same thing. And depending on the health endpoint that you test for in animals, what you find is that for some things, PFNA is worse. For some things, PFDA is worse. For some things, PFOA is worse. So there's a little bit of switching around that can be, but they all are doing the same thing. So as I said before, I'm a pragmatist. If Maine just drops its level now to 20 from the EPA health advisory, which was released in 2016 of 70, and actually sets that as an interim regulatory level, that would be better than what they have now. But it's not, I don't think it's where you want to go. And I think there's enough evidence to say that including more PFAS in your regulatory agenda is an appropriate, scientifically appropriate move to make.
Thank you so much. Just a tiny follow-up here, because what's the likelihood that these chemicals turn out to be less toxic than what we're figuring or fearing now?
I personally think that the more we study, the more we find problematic. So I mentioned I have a lab that's looking at PFAS, and we've been able to find that they shut down the blood-brain barrier, which means that, you can't kick chemicals out of the brain. That may be good if you're trying to, if you have a brain tumor and need to get chemotherapy into your brain, but it's not good related to lots of other chemicals you don't want in your brain. So, the more we study, the more we find, and we're finding that with the short chain ones, the Gen X, as well as things like PFOA and PFOS and stuff. So I don't think we're going to find that these chemicals are less of a problem than we thought. And then to back up 1 second, the question is who are we looking at? Clearly, for most of us, our prime concern is people, but we do want to think about our wildlife and our domestic animals as well. And then we want to think about our environment as a whole. And as I said, because these chemicals will never leave our environment, they will just build up to our environment. And we know that eventually that can lead to toxicity. I should mention that all these chemicals, I said before, they don't stay put. But, the Arctic is now highly contaminated by these chemicals. They've never been used in the Arctic, but they're arrived there. So our polar bears, our seals, our walruses, those animals are highly contaminated, and our indigenous people of the far north are also among the most contaminated people in the world.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful.
Oh, thank you.
I don't see any other questions, Dr. Birnbaum. Thank you for taking the time to be here and answer a bunch of questions.
Well, I'm honored to have had the opportunity. Thank you for letting me speak.
Before we go to Dr. Graham, I did notice that Representative Rudnicki has joined us, and we'll hear from her if you're still there, Representative. Welcome to our first technical glitch of the day. Representative Rudnicki, can you hear me, or do you want to call back in? Carrie, do you know anything that I should know about her availability?
I don't. I'm sorry, Senator Claxton.
Okay.
I've reached out and I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Okay. Well, in the absence of being able to hear her, we'll proceed to hear from Dr. Graham. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a family practice physician and former chief health officer for Maine. I also have the ultimate credential of having actually been born in Maine. And in 2019, I represented the Maine Public Health Association working with other stakeholders on PFAS task force. I am here representing the Maine Medical Association in favor of LD 1388. As you have just heard in detail about health effects, I will focus instead on the advantages of this bill over the other two PFAS drinking water bills presented here. I did testify before you about the other two PFAS drinking water bills. One of those bills supported an aggressive testing program, but offered little to address the need for a maximum contaminant level that was comprehensive, safe, and clear. The other bill offered nothing in the testing arena, but did propose an MCL that was in line with neighboring states. LD 1388 combines the best of those previous bills. In the absence of federal leadership, it makes sense for Maine to follow other states by setting Maine's MCL at 20 nanograms per liter for the 6 members of the large PFAS family. In joining these other neighboring states, Maine has established an MCL that is well-reasoned toxicologically and does not place Maine in the frightening position of possibly drinking water labeled as fine in Maine, but toxic in Massachusetts or Vermont. The level of 20 nanograms per liter, while lower than the current federal advisory of 70 nanograms per liter, is not as low as some MCLs that have been set in other states. Finally, LD 1388 allows Maine to set a lower standard for any of these family members as more information becomes available. Referring back to Representative Craven's question, if PFAS turns out to be less toxic than we think, it will be the first time in recorded public health history that that's ever occurred. I am particularly pleased that LD 1388 has included perfluoro decanoic acid, or PFDA, in the final regulated list, as Massachusetts did. As mentioned in previous testimony, this compound has been associated with increasing cholesterol levels and decreasing antibody response to vaccines.
30 seconds, Dr. Graham.
In addition to clarifying the MCL, LD 1388 has also established the importance of testing all community and non-community public water supplies. This issue was discussed at length by the PFAS task force. The task force was surprised and discouraged to learn that some school systems actually refused drinking water testing for PFAS, even when it was made available for free. This hesitancy, no doubt, was linked to fears about public outcry and remediation expenses. However, ultimately, the majority of the task force agreed that it was best to take the safest approach and assure testing of these drinking water supplies. Clean drinking water is the very essence of public health. I hope you will support LD 1388 unanimously. Thank you for your attention, and I would certainly be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Are there any questions? Appreciate your tying it back to the other bills that you testified on or were involved with. That helps us in our work of trying to make sense of best way to go with these 3 bills. So appreciate that.
Glad to be here.
And we also appreciate having a family physician testify. 2 of us are so afflicted, so. Any questions of Dr. Graham? I don't see any. We want to see if Representative Rudnicki is available again. Can you hear us? Doesn't look like you're muted, although it's hard to tell if you're on a cell phone. All right, well, then we'll hear from Ms. Woodbury. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1388. With LD 1388, the committee has 3 different bills before it to address PFAS in drinking water. We strongly believe LD 1388 is the one that best protects the health of Mainers today, while still allowing flexibility for state regulators to address additional contaminants down the road. Unlike the department's proposal that would make Maine an oddity amongst the states that have addressed PFAS, LD 1388 will align Maine standards with those of nearby states. We have attached to our written testimony a summary of key provisions of each bill and why we believe LD 1388 is the best option. LD 1388 includes 6 different PFAS compounds to be considered with a threshold of 20 parts per trillion, unlike the department's proposed amendment to its own bill, which includes only 2 PFAS compounds at that threshold. Massachusetts includes all 6 and Vermont includes 5 in their standard. The department has previously argued that the need to do its own research because neighboring states each have arrived at their lower MCL in a slightly different way, even though they ended at the same point. We would suggest that there is no need to reinvent the wheel, and you heard that quite eloquently from Dr. Birnbaum. So I will not go into that, but this is not a theoretical debate. Actual people are directly impacted. We have previously highlighted for the committee families whose water levels fell between the advisory level of 70 parts per trillion and the proposed 20 parts per trillion. Reviewing DEP data from the Fairfield contamination, there are at least 7 wells discovered so far whose levels are in this range. Further, Defend Our Health had offered testing to families in Trenton, where there was a school that was found with contamination below the health advisory level, and therefore the state had not conducted an investigation. Results we just received yesterday show a family whose water would be considered elevated under LD 1388 in neighboring states, but not in the department's approach. Additionally, this morning we received an email from a resident in Fairfield who said her water test puts her below the department's action level, but above the LD 1388's level. Even with what the department would consider low levels of PFAS in her water, her blood work showed PFAS in her blood higher than the national average. Additionally, LD 1388 includes language that would require all regulated water systems to test for the full suite of PFAS that can be measured by the APA, or approximately 30 different compounds. This language is similar to a requirement that is in the department's bill, and we strongly support ensuring water systems collect as much information as possible about potential contaminants, especially since the cost difference for testing for just 6 or 30 is relatively minor.
30 seconds, Sarah.
We urge the committee to unanimously vote ought to pass on LD 1388. And just as an aside, we noticed that the Maine Water Utilities Association posted some testimony last night, and we think that they misinterpreted the bill's requirements. And so at the bottom of my testimony, you will see some language that we hope will kind of deal with their concerns and alleviate the concerns that they had. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Woodbury. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here and being patient while we work through all this stuff. Next, we're going to go to Ms. Treat, who is here to testify in support.
Thank you very much, Chair Claxton, Chair Meyer, and honorable members of the committee. I am Sharon Treat. I live and work in Hollowell. I am senior attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, or IATP, and we are testifying today in support of LD 1388. IATP works with farmers to support policies that promote sustainable agriculture. Unfortunately, PFAS contamination has hit farmers hard, devastating at least 2 Maine farms and polluting the wells of neighboring properties. DEP data has shown that PFAS has also contaminated water near sewage and industrial sludge spreading sites, Air Force bases, landfills, fish in remote lakes and rivers, including the Kennebec River near where I live, where industrial users of PFAS and municipal treatment plants discharge wastewater. It has shown up in schools, daycares, and other drinking water systems. Failure to act promptly to regulate this contaminant threatens the health both of Maine residents and of visitors to our vacation land. We support LD 1388, which immediately establishes an enforceable 20 nanograms per liter MCL for a group of 6 PFAS, and as you've heard, also requires monitoring and disclosure of PFAS for public drinking water systems. And as you've heard, this is an approach that is similar to what has been adopted by neighboring states. I sat through months of meetings of the governor's PFAS task force and learned that without such enforceable standards and a requirement to test for PFAS, some water systems actually refuse free state testing, as you've heard from Dr. Graham. I actually was quite shocked that this refusal to test included some schools and daycares. Until there is a standard in law and a requirement to comply with it, we are gambling with the health of our children and the rest of us in the midst of a deadly pandemic. I wanted to address the issue of whether just regulating the two legacy PFAS, which aren't even manufactured anymore here in the United States, is adequate. And I would say no, absolutely not. Based in part on what you've already heard from Dr. Birnbaum, but also take a look at the data that the DEP is collecting right now. I provided a link on my written testimony. You can go straight to the data for those Fairfield, Benton, and Unity wells, and you will see there that that is not the only PFAS that is being tested for or being found at extremely high levels. And so clearly there is a need to address where the problem is, and addressing some of it is inadequate, particularly if the cost for additional testing is not excessive. I'd also point out that those two legacy chemicals are not the only ones that cause health problems. One of the things
30
that
seconds, Sharon.
Okay, thank you. That I've been looking into is the impact on COVID. One of those chemicals that particularly causes COVID impacts is called PFBA, where large amounts of it have been found in autopsies of people who've died of COVID. And that is one of those additional PFAS. I encourage you to take the preventative approach here. As has been pointing out, these PFAS chemicals bioaccumulate in our own bodies as well as the food that we're eating. And so just addressing the drinking water standard, of course, you're still, adding to what people have in their bodies already in the food that they're eating. So thank you very much for your attention. And I urge a favorable ought to pass unanimous report on this piece of legislation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Treat. Are there any questions? I was wondering, can you speak to the cost of this testing for the individual or the school for testing the however many, 16, 20, whatever?
Yeah, I think the individual cost per chemicals can be quite high, in terms of the hundreds of dollars. I think what was remarkable, though, about the refusal to do the testing that was requested during the time of the PFAS task force was that this testing was being paid for by the state of Maine. And to have schools and daycares where little children who are more affected by these chemicals than adults, growing children, to not even want to find out what's going on there, there's a problem there. So, that is really the key. I mean, I think the point here is that the added costs by looking at these additional PFAS chemicals over the two that the CDC already says they're okay with is not going to be significant. And that is provided in the testimony from Defend Our Health, which Sarah Woodbury just talked about.
And I'm just trying to sort out that finding the levels is the first step. Mitigating would be a step after that. And how do we do that, and what that's going to cost, and do we need a fund to make that possible? So those are the series of questions I was asking in my head. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
We have a couple of people who'd like to testify against, and we'll start with Mr. Sawyer. You're unmuted, but I'm not hearing you.
Already, just
there we go. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Brad Sawyer. I am the Director of Government Affairs for the Maine Rural Water Association. We are a nonprofit, member-driven organization that represents water and wastewater utilities in the state. And I've submitted written testimony that I hope folks will look to, but would just like to go off book for the first time and hope I don't crash and burn. To the testing question, we've heard from a handful of folks that have tested so far that it can be anywhere from $250 to $400 or $500 per compound. When you test for 5 or 6, this number is $1,500, $2,000, maybe a little more. To test for 30, that number certainly goes up. For large utilities in the state, think your Portlands, Bangors, Southern Maine, large utilities. This can obviously be absorbed fairly easily. But there are utilities, and certainly in this bill, when you talk about non-community systems that don't have revenue in the millions or even hundreds of thousands. They have revenue in $40,000, $50,000 a year. So an additional $10,000 bill that comes fairly quickly is not easily absorbed. It throws things into chaos. There will be a common theme at the end as I pull it all together. The treatment cost is also significant. I know of one utility so far in the state of Maine that has built a treatment for PFAS. It's cost them roughly $2 million, and that cost is not final. They still have some construction to undergo, and is also not representative of what it will cost other utilities, as they were able to keep everything in-house. They had engineers and folks that could help put all this together. So the cost, while that system is larger than many would need, the cost is significant for these utilities. It's, as mentioned previously, this is not naturally occurring. Luckily speaking, PFAS is not going to be found everywhere. This is not an issue that every water utility or non-community system in the state of Maine will have. But for those people that do, it will be an incredible burden on those communities.
30 seconds, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you. We've spoken before about the fact that producers should really be the ones to pay for this remediation. And legislation such as this will essentially choose communities that will be on the hook for millions of dollars in bills that the state or federal government has not provided funding for. So I appreciate my time is running out. The big message is, should legislation like this go through, we urge the state to provide funding for these communities so it isn't our ratepayers, your taxpayers, that are paying this bill. I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions I may be able to.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Does this raise any questions for anybody? I don't see any. So again, thank you for being here. Now we'll go to Roger Cruz. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Roger Krause. I'm the General Manager of the Kennebec Water District in Waterville, and I'm here representing the Maine Water Utilities Association in opposition to LD 1388. Prior to my time as the General Manager of the Kennebec Water District, I served for 10 years as the Director of the Maine CDC Drinking Water Program. We provided testimony previously on LD 129 and LD 164. Our testimony here today, we submitted written testimony. I'll just highlight a few things in regards to our testimony. Of our concerns, the first is placing a MCL or action level in statute. Contrary to every other regulated drinking water contaminant, this would put in a regulated number into the statute is contrary to how every other contaminant is regulated. So we have concerns about the inflexibility of that regulation. If it is left in statute, this requires the department to establish a maximum contaminant level, but it sets the limit to be no more than 20 parts per trillion. This bill also proposes to require ongoing testing for PFAS compounds as additional tests are developed in drinking water. Right now, there's around 30 compounds that are tested for in drinking water, where there's test methods that are acceptable. That will only grow, and it puts the utilities in a jeopardy of not knowing when they will be regulated or where the regulatory standard will be. So just constantly subject to development of technology and testing as opposed to public health levels. So we urge the committee to move forward with LD 129 and work with the state toxicologist, Dr. Andy Smith. He's proven to be a voice of reason and great strength to the state, and putting that responsibility on the state agency will be to a benefit to public water systems and the public. The regulation of drinking water quality is best done through empowering the regulatory agencies with the proper statutory authority and appropriate funding. And if there's more funding than is needed for Dr. Smith and his team to develop these standards, we encourage you to seek that out.
30 seconds, Mr. Krause.
Thank you. We urge you to consider ought not to pass on LD 1388. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krause. Sorry about screwing up your last name. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again for being here. I don't think there's anybody else who wants to testify against. We have several people who want to testify neither for nor against. So we'll welcome Ms. LaChance.
Morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Amy LaChance, and I'm the manager of the Drinking Water Program in the Maine CDC, Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here today to provide testimony on behalf of the Maine CDC, and will be speaking neither for nor against LD 1388. This bill requires that all public water systems send samples of their drinking water to an approved lab to be tested for PFAS by the end of 2022. If this testing detects the presence of a sum of 6 PFAS at over 20 parts per trillion, the PWS must sample at a frequency determined by the initial result and implement necessary treatment measures. The department is required to administer and enforce these requirements and adopt implementing rules, which may include the establishment of a maximum contaminant level for PFAS. The rules must at a minimum require at least quarterly testing of water systems where PFAS are present above the standard, testing at least once every 3 years at systems where PFAS are present under the standard, and an MCL if promulgated to be set at 20 parts per trillion or lower for a combination of the 6 original PFAS. The Maine CDC offers the following for consideration. The department has submitted LD 129 this session to adopt an interim drinking water standard of 70 parts per trillion for 5 of the same 6 PFAS specified in this bill, consistent with the recommendation of the Governor's PFAS Task Force. The 70 part per trillion value is the existing US EPA health advisory for 2 PFAS, PFOS, and PFOA individually or as their sum. The department has also agreed in concept to modifying this approach with an additional separate interim standard of 20 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, either individually or in combination. However, the department does not agree with the approach taken by LD 1388 to set an action level of 20 parts per trillion for 6 PFAS and to require that any future MCL established by rulemaking be at that level or below. The department believes there must be flexibility in the rulemaking process to utilize the best science available, including the ability to set individual limits for each PFAS compound based upon their unique toxicity, as several other states have recently done. There's an emerging consensus in both science and precedence that supports a drinking water standard of 20 part per trillion for PFOS and PFOA. Yet we do not believe there's a similar consensus on applying the 20 part per trillion limit to the sum of the broader set of PFAS, as evidenced by some states adopting MCLs or guidelines for some PFAS well above 20 parts per trillion. The summation approach of regulating a mixture of PFAS chemicals may not be best for establishing the final MCL, since some of these chemicals have appreciable differences in chemical characteristics and associated toxicity, and we see more evidence of states adopting the chemical by chemical approach rather than the summation approach. The science on PFAS is rapidly evolving, and the department believes that a rulemaking process must have the flexibility to take that into account, in addition to input from stakeholders and the public. The impact of LD 1388 on the regulated community includes the requirement to meet a more restrictive PFAS drinking water standard, and additional systems will need to treat PFAS levels. Furthermore, if the future standard is predetermined by the requirements of this bill, the regulated community will not have the benefit of the scientific body of knowledge in place at the time of the rulemaking process to determine the most appropriate MCL at that time. This bill's programmatic and fiscal impact will include the need for 2 additional FTE positions for the drinking water program at a minimum for PFAS program implementation and data management. LD 129 was proposed by the department without fiscal impact, but LD 1388 contains key differences that call for additional resources. Specifically, LD 1388 expands the scope of the PFAS regulation from just community public water systems and schools and child care facilities to all PWSs. This is a change from approximately 700 systems to over 2,000. Additionally, LD 129 was proposed on the premise that few PWSs would exceed the 70 part per trillion standard based on PFAS sampling data generated to date. With the proposed lowering of the standard to 20 parts per trillion, additional systems will exceed and require ongoing monitoring and treatment. These factors all lead to the need for more resources for outreach, technical assistance, and coordination, particularly for small systems. In summary, the Maine CDC recommends that the committee consider adopting the provisions of LD 129, which allows the development of a PFAS MCL during future rulemaking without prejudging the regulatory approach to that process, ensuring that it is based on the best science available at that time, and amending the legislation to include a separate interim standard of 20 parts per trillion that will apply to PFOA and PFAS individually or in combination. Thank you for your consideration of this matter and for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I can address questions from the committee and will be available to participate in the work session.
Thank you, Ms. LaChance. Are there any questions for her?
Just realized my video wasn't on. Sorry about that.
There you are. Welcome. I don't see any questions, but thank you for being here and bringing that information. Next, we'll go to Ms. Harrington.
Hello.
There's Bruce.
There's Bruce.
You wondered where he was.
Oh, we're hanging out together. Okay, start.
Please.
Good morning. I thank you for listening to all this today, and I'm here neither in support nor against the LD 1388. A little background, we built our house here 37 years ago. In the 90s, they started out back of us, bringing in sludge and dumping it out back and spreading it every summer. We tried to stop this. We were told chemicals are in it. It's very safe. You're fine. Year after year, they came out in our back cornfield right behind us and they dumped this stuff. So now we find out our well, it's supposed to, you're talking 70 ppts. Ours is 26,000 in our well. So every summer that I grew vegetables and we ate all our vegetables, all these fruit trees and everything I've planted, it's poison. Our big well, our big swimming pool, and our grandkids, I mean, they're here all the time. They swam in my pool all summer, every summer, playing in my water, the fountains, everything. It's all poison for all of us. We just had our blood tested. It's supposed to be below 5, mine's 180. So what's that mean for me? Not a very good future. You know, and this was all done to us, nothing we could do to stop it or anything. So we just want to say that we want to knock this down. The 20 to us is not acceptable because it is poison and it's doing things to us. We both have physical problems, the whole neighborhood. You should see the cancer going on up here. And our house is worthless, our land is worthless. And this was all acceptable before, and now it's coming to light. So we need to get this down, and we need to get it down. I want 0. That's why I'm not for this, but we'll take 20 for now and then keep it going, because this is crazy that people are living with this and getting poisoned. They have shortened our lives. They've given us a lot of illnesses, and there's nothing we can do. It's a forever chemical. It's in our blood. It's a forever chemical. We just don't have a choice in this anymore. So if you can do anything to protect the people of this state, it needs to be done, because this is a travesty. Anyways, that's what I have to say. And I thank you for this, and just ask that you will really, really put this at the forefront, because I mean, it's kind of late for us. The forever chemicals, they are poisoning us. But now the kids, come on, let's just make this happen for the state of Maine, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Thank you for that testimony, and I'm sorry to hear about your struggles.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Ms. Coulihan, Dana Coulihan.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Mayer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Dana Callahan, and I'm the Maine State Director at Community Action Works Campaigns, formerly Toxics Action Center, and I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 1388. While this bill would set a drinking water standard more aligned with other states in New England, we want it to be stronger. And today I stand side by side with residents from Fairfield, Corinna, Lewiston, Gorham, who are experiencing the catastrophic impacts of PFAS contamination. These residents are calling for an MCL of 0 parts per trillion for all PFAS chemicals, and I really urge the committee to listen to them and take stronger action. At Community Action Works Campaigns, we believe that environmental threats are big, but the power of well-organized community groups is bigger. That's why we work side by side with everyday people to confront those who are polluting and harming the health of our communities. And nowhere has this been more important over the past few years than in communities impacted by PFAS. We began working on the ground on this issue in Bennington, Vermont in 2016, and have gone on to help form and facilitate the National PFAS Contamination Coalition. And from this experience, working side by side with the Finney Road Landfill Coalition for Clean Water, experiencing contamination from a leak landfill in Corinna, to Fairfield Water Concerned Citizens, that Catherine's a member of, where some residents have been experiencing contamination at tens of thousands of parts per trillion. We have seen firsthand the toll these chemicals take on our bodies, our health, and the environment. A number of other residents from these groups wish to testify for a stronger MCL today. However, we're unable to get out of work, and we'll be submitting written testimony, and I really urge you to read it and hold their experiences when determining the MCL for Maine. Given the grave health consequences of these chemicals, why would we allow any level of them in our drinking water? This is why we need stronger standards. Setting a drinking water standard of 20 parts per trillion for 6 PFAS would be more in line with other states. However, there are over 8,000 PFAS chemicals in production, still largely unregulated in use and in our drinking water. More and more scientists are raising the alarms that there's no safe level of this stuff in our water. There are families in Fairfield whose wells are being tested, discovering that their water is contaminated with the forever chemicals that, as you've heard, are linked to a slew of health impacts across the board. However, some of these families are being told that they can't get filtration systems because their contamination for distinct PFAS chemicals is lower than 70 parts per trillion. However, we know these chemicals don't act distinctly, but have a cumulative impact on our bodies. And this is why we're calling for a drinking water standard of 0 for total PFAS. This would be the most health protective for communities across our state. We're in full support of the testing requirements and methods, and having for public drinking water supplies, we have a right to not only drink clean water, but know if our water is safe to drink.
30 seconds, Dana.
Thanks so much. And quickly, in terms of this question of funding, we need more financial support for cities and towns who will have to pass on the cost of water monitoring and treatment onto families with increased water bills, as we've heard. And we really hope that the Attorney General in the state of Maine will explore legal options to force the manufacturers of these chemicals who have profited off of their use for decades to pay for the cleanup of the contamination they've caused. And this has happened in other states like New Hampshire. We need to ensure that the polluters are the ones paying for this. In summary, we applaud your efforts to protect the public health to protect the public from the horrible health implications of ingesting PFAS. We are in support of public water testing, and 20 parts per trillion is strong, but we need an MCL of 0 parts per trillion for total PFAS, and hope that you take the aggressive action needed to eliminate our exposure to these chemicals and protect our communities. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any, and we'll take one more shot at getting Representative Rudnicki in here. Can you hear us? Because we're not hearing you. So, yeah, don't know what else to do. So I don't see anybody else who wants to testify on LD 1388. Are there any, well, so that'll conclude the public hearing portion. Are there any questions for Ms. Dooling or information you'd like for the work session? I've just sent, oh yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. something that came up with Mr. Sawyer's testimony was that one of the concerns with this bill was that who would pay for remediation, and it raised the question of like, I guess I'm wondering is there some sort of class action suit that the Maine's Attorney General might be party to that might impact the, kind of like with the tobacco settlement. So I'd be interested, excuse me, I'd be interested if the Attorney General's office could advise if there's if they are party to something, if there's anything that is might be coming down the pike that would affect remediation efforts. It's related to this bill in that sense.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. I just contacted Representative Rudnicki, and she's trying to get back in right now.
Okay. Hey, you're on mute, so we can't hear you, but we can finally see you.
Well, I apologize. I thought I was kicked out and I couldn't get it working. So apparently it's working now. So let me
Success.
that's fine. Sometimes we know this electronic thing doesn't work well. So just so you know, I am here to in support of LD 1388. And I want to say good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am State Representative Shelley Rudnicki, and I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And I am in support of, and I'm just going to say it easy, a 1388, the PFAS bill, because I'm not even going to attempt to try to say those words. But I'm not here to talk about the science. There are a lot smarter people than me to do that. I'm here to tell you about my friends and my neighbors. Many in my community have found that their wells have been tested extremely high for PFAS and forever chemicals. I know that this bill does not directly affect private wells, but it is a step in the right direction by bringing down the acceptable limits of PFAS. In July of last year, I was informed by the DEP that PFAS was discovered in the milk of a local farm, and they were investigating and would keep me informed. In October, I was CC'd in a letter to the Fairfield town manager that some wells in Fairfield have tested high. Since that time, more and more have tested very high. The people in my community, my friends, my neighbors, are scared and angry about the PFAS issue. They're concerned that their health and their property values, they're worried about their children and grandchildren, and can we blame them? I was recently informed about a member of my community that their PFAS levels in their blood was so high that their levels were found to be over the factory workers of 3M and DuPont. This bill may primarily relate to schools and public water systems, but reducing the limit will help those with private wells that are falling through the cracks with levels under the 70 ppt and over the 20 ppt in the remediation process currently being offered. So even though that is not, this bill really doesn't affect us directly that have wells in my community, it will in the long run help to with some of the remediation that is going on. So I do want to thank you. Thank you for trying to reach out to me, and I appreciate Representative Limlin giving me a call so that I could get a chance to speak to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? After all that work, I don't see any questions, but thank you for your persistence.
All right, thank you.
All right, so let's go back. Thank you, Representative Lemelin. Let's go back to questions from Ms. Dooling, any in anticipation of the work session. I just sent Carrie a list from a local lab that has an arrangement to get PFAS testing done. The range of costs is $225 for 5 or 6, up to $350 for 25. At least in that single lab. So we can have that for our work session. Any other concerns, questions? So thank you, Representative Blucher, for bringing this forward. Obviously, lots of conversation to come, and we'll be comparing the three bills that we've heard now and seeing what we come up with. Take care.
Thank you very
So I would propose a 10-minute break. We've been doing a fair amount of sitting, and we'll get back together at 10:52. I don't hear any objections. The cat is back.
She wants to be my co-counsel today, I think. Sorry about that.
All right, we're back and we can now move on to a work session. We have two bills to consider. The first will be 1113. Various people have to go different places. So we'll be seeing people move in and out. I don't see Senator Carney yet in the waiting room or the attendee list. So maybe we should take a longer break. Have you reached out to her, Miss Withy?
Yes, I believe there was some confusion expressed by Senator Carney earlier, and that might be why she's delayed.
Oh, I know. I remember now. She's tied up.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had a brain cramp. Sorry about that. If we can find somebody related to 1135, I don't think she's available until 11. So if we can start with 1135.
Okay. Also on 1113, I understood that Representative Talbot Ross was also hoping to attend
I don't
the
see,
work
so
session.
I think they understood that it wasn't going to happen until 11 because of Senator Carney's schedule.
Okay.
Is there somebody here on 1135? I don't see any.
It's Representative Stover's bill, 1135.
And do we know where she is? She was here earlier.
She
So-
was. It
so
appears
maybe-
she's still here. There she is.
There she is. All right. So we were going to go ahead and with consideration of 1135. And we'll turn it over then to Ms. Dooling. And then eventually we'll get to 1113.
1135 is an act regarding substance use disorder treatment services and increasing reimbursement rates for the services. This bill has a few different parts. The first part requires that all substance use disorder services funded by the department conform to trauma-informed principles of care according to the U.S. Department of Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. It also directs DHHS to increase rates by January 1, 2022 for all outpatient services for substance use disorder under Section 65, which is by 25%, and all services provided by substance abuse treatment facilities under Section 97, except for detoxification services by 25%. It directs but in terms of the detoxification services under Section 97, it directs that the department reimburse those services based on a cost-based rate methodology that's currently a fee-for-service rate. And finally, it directs the department to amend its rules under Section 97 Appendix B relating to the length of stay at various facilities, specifically increasing the limit on the number of consecutive days allowed for a residential rehabilitation type 1 service facility to 45 days. Currently, that length of stay is limited to 28 days. Increase the limit on the term of residency for a residential rehabilitation type 2 service to 60 days, which is currently at 45 days, and remove the current limit of a single admission to halfway houses annually, but retain the limit on those services to 180 days in 1 year. The sponsor mentioned in her written testimony was suggesting considering perhaps implementing rate adjustments and rule changes by January 1, 2023 as something to be discussed at the work session. You also received information from testimony submitted primarily by the department and the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services in terms of the status of various rate review processes that are in progress. There was also a question about the intent of the trauma-informed practices and principles, about whether that's something that the bill is directing the department to develop and provide training for, or not, because that would affect the fiscal note. The fiscal impact hasn't yet been determined on this bill, and I've provided links here that hopefully you saw them last night to the various rule chapters being proposed to be amended in this bill for your reference.
Thank you for that. So having heard that, are there any questions from the committee of Aaron? And Representative Stover, did you have any?
Yeah, I would just add that the department has issued some proposed rule changes in the Section 97. Nothing has been finalized. The providers of the services remain very concerned at a time when we're experiencing a higher than ever overdose death rate, that some of them find the current rates unsustainable, and that have voiced concerns to me that, and I did propose the January 1st, 2023, that by January 1st, 2023, some of them will be out of business because they cannot sustain at this rate. And so I know that we've heard a lot about rate studies, and this is another area where the department has shared that they're looking at the rate study to readjust the rates. And I separate the rates from the trauma-informed and then the length of stay. And I don't think the department really responded to the length of stay question. I don't know if that means that they're in favor, and I haven't asked. I think the length of stay is to provide, as I said in my testimony, individualized treatment. We're all not the same, and some of us will take longer and some of us will take less if we're in if we're in treatment. And that's true for any kind of treatment, but particularly this. The trauma-informed piece, I think that the department has taken steps towards addressing trauma-informed care. I don't know if anybody is here from the department, if there is a fiscal note to continuing training and or language within some of their documents, then hopefully we could get a response about that. I know that it's not new, but it's also still, it's really a area of expertise that's just continues to expand. So I raised for discussion that January 1st of 2023 is out there. Obviously, it's for the providers of these services. If we were to lose, especially, we only have two main facilities that are doing detox beds. I don't know how we could ever deal with less beds at this time. So I turn to the committee and say, this proposes a 25% increase, which would certainly help to sustain these services that are really struggling financially. The department, I had put in cost reimbursement because at the end of the year, you get to reconcile. And the cost of a pen is the cost of a pen, rather than what the rate will pay for this pen, as we all know. So this is a difficult bill, and we're in a difficult situation in this state with substance use disorder, with a 32% increase in 2020 over the deaths from the previous year. So it's a crisis, and I offer any questions about anything that I've said or any response.
So just to be clear, and so I make sure I understand it, it sounds like there's multiple parts. The when is one of the questions is when to start the 25% increase.
The question is, do we run this as just a regular bill? In the testimony, the department had a preference for January 1st, 2023. And as I've just explained, the providers are concerned that they don't have till January 2023 if we wait on this particular rate.
So June of 22 isn't early enough, and January 22 isn't early enough. So from what you just said, so do you have a proposal?
Unless we ran it as an emergency, which we certainly could do, we could run it as a regular bill and it would be enacted 90 days after it passes. And that would be soon enough.
No, that would be 30 days after, right? Or
30 or 90?
90 is the route.
90 days after adjournment is when bills not passed with emergency preambles are
Right.
enacted.
So this could be in place by October 1st without the emergency clause preamble. That would allow them some hope. We could also add the emergency clause and get her done earlier than that.
My preference would be to run the emergency clause, Senator. I feel as though these services are life-saving.
Okay. So we'll add, so the proposal is to add the emergency clause and then have it go into effect whenever it gets passed. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The other thing I heard was that cost reimbursement as opposed to fee for service.
Service. Yes.
Right. And that makes sense to everybody?
And that was on the detox beds. That was
Yeah.
specific to detox.
Right.
fee.
So I heard another number of changes to length of stay. Was there any pushback about that?
I didn't have any, there were no comments. in
I
the
didn't hear
testimony.
anything.
No.
I didn't hear anything. And then the fourth part was the 25%. Am I missing anything? Yes, Aaron.
You haven't discussed the trauma-informed principles yet. I also had a question, though, when you go back to it about the emergency preamble and the timing for the rates.
Sure. So can you answer the question, Representative Stover, who owns the training?
I know that in the analysis, Aaron had indicated that if there was specific training to take place, that there would be a fiscal note attached. That in my preparation of this bill and the testimony, I did not anticipate a fiscal note attached for the trauma-informed work, and didn't actually discuss that in my testimony. It was more that the department built in, and if they have not done so, the department built in the trauma-informed, as we have in other testimony and other bills, the trauma-informed services as an expectation within the contracts, as applied by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay.
It's standard. It's really a standard. It's really a standard of care. This is a request for training money.
So you're encouraging the adoption of that standard of care. You're not necessarily mandating somebody does the training.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. So to loop back to your question, Aaron, about the emergency preamble and initiation.
So that affects the timing of when this bill becomes effective, but the bill as drafted still contemplates a period of time for department rulemaking before the rates themselves become effective. And so I'm wondering how those two pieces fit in with what you've been discussing. If the dates are changing or the effective date of the reimbursement rates.
I would answer your question with a question, would it be more realistic for October for all of that to have taken place? Or is October the emergency date?
October is not the emergency date. The emergency date would be whenever it was enacted. But either way, I haven't heard that the January 1, 2022 dates be amended. And if there is rulemaking involved, perhaps Molly can speak to it, but there is a time period with the APA that takes to go through that process because the rules are where the rates live.
Okay, so maybe Ms. Bogart, welcome. Can you help us understand the timeline for rulemaking on a 25% increase for compensation?
Sure. So I think Aaron identified the challenge with any of these is that they need to go through the Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking process. And so I would need to talk to Main Care about specifically what that timeline would look like, but that is why these, we often ask for a delay in implementation because it allows for that process to run its course. That process requires comment periods and, pre-review and work with the Attorney General's office that, regardless of how quickly everybody is working, often leads to, an amount of time before we can implement. However, often these, if legislative intent is clear and if our applications to the federal government are clear, we can offer rates retroactively. And so if there's a date that says when the rate is intended to be effective for providers, even if we can't get the rulemaking process completed before that date, if we've been clear with the federal government and the legislative intent and funding is all clear, then we can apply them at a date certain set by the legislature, even if that ends up having to be retroactive to some extent.
So when I was in practice, if I wanted to increase my prices, it happened overnight. It sounds like it's a little bit more complicated in DHHS. All right.
It's the nature of the Administrative Procedures Act.
I know. I haven't spent a whole lot of time there. Thank you very much. Representative Stover, any thoughts?
I guess I turn back to Aaron again and say, given that information, what is a realistic path to follow? If we go ahead today with the emergency provision understanding, then does that still allow the department time for their rulemaking and administrative procedures they need to follow?
I don't know if I can give you a precise answer on that. I do know that I think these are routine technical rules. So that process does go a little faster than major substantive rules because it doesn't come back to you for review. We typically allow in other bills several months, but if you wanted, like Molly said, to set a specific date that the rates would be effective, even if the rulemaking process and approval from CMS took longer, the rates would apply backwards. Beyond that, those are policy decisions for you all to make.
Well, that gives some assurance if they were retroactive back to the date that the providers would receive compensation at some
So
point.
you could give the department, until October 1 to set up the rules and make it retroactive to July 1.
Mhm. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'll check with whatever your policy decision is today before you review an amendment. I'll make sure with Main Care, there's sometimes there are only so many quarters you can go back retroactively. I don't believe one quarter is going to violate that, but that may be, it may only be one quarter. So once you make a decision, we'll just make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's that will be acceptable to the federal government.
I feel like I'm monopolizing this conversation. Is there any contribution from other members of the committee, or I don't want to hog the mic? All right. Yes, Representative Craven.
I think you've done a great job steering the steering the committee, and I support the retroactive reimbursement for providers who just are so unsure of their reimbursement for such a long time. Thank you.
So the other strategic part of this would be to add the emergency preamble, knowing that we could strip it out if we needed to get to 2/3, and a real strong vote to move this along and through the governor's office, arguably.
Are you looking for feedback?
Sure.
I mean, I agree. I think it's something we could put in now, and if we have to rescind it, that's fine. But it moves this along.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we're trying to do, is move this along.
Yep. Aaron? Oops, I'm
I
not here.
received information from Anna, one of the members of my team, that it's 1 quarter that rates can go retroactive to,
Okay.
which should fall within the timeline we've been discussing. And yes, emergency preambles can be stripped off in the floor amendment process if that becomes something you decide to do later.
So you're looking for a motion from me, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I would like to move that we pass LD 1135 with an emergency preamble. I don't know if I need to add more to that. That's sufficient.
Second.
And the only other possibility would to change the language a little bit that I've heard discussed about trauma informed, and whether that needs to be encouraged as the standard of care or adopted as the standard of care, or what?
Well, if Molly would come back and join us again, maybe she could help.
Okay. Look at that.
We didn't discuss that during, other than acknowledging it. I had originally put it in for really establishing it as the system of care, as the standard. And I didn't necessarily think there needed to be a fiscal note to assist in training unless you think the department needs that level of assistance to train clinicians and staff in trauma-informed care. So.
Sure, I think our reading of the bill indicated that we needed to ensure a standard of trauma-informed care is implemented. And so if that is the case, then that does require training and that level of oversight. But if the intent is not for us to do that training, then just having that explicit would be enough to remove our concern that we would need additional resources.
If we were to add the training piece, we don't have a fiscal note that we would attach because there's going to be a cost to training. We didn't discuss that.
I'm sorry, I think I'm behind on this conversation. So
the question was, it came up a little earlier. Would we be looking to add a fiscal note for the department to provide that training, trauma-informed training, which I know you've done some and you probably continue to do it as new people come along. But would there be a fiscal note attached to the cost of training? Or would that be something that the department would already be able to do?
If I'd have to confirm if that's something that we indicated in the fiscal estimate to OFPR, then I think the answer is yes. But if that hasn't been included and you're looking for more information about how we would implement this, I'd have to talk to main care and OBH before I respond further.
So that implies that there is support being given currently that isn't trauma informed. Is that a reasonable understanding?
That there is support that trauma.
Well, who are we training? Who would be trained in trauma support? That isn't
the
what?
provider.
The
And also
provider.
the standard of using the language, is the language included in contracts, Molly?
I'd have to confirm.
So I'm not sure what to do with this piece of the bill because I think it's really important to include it, but I'm not sure that the fiscal note around training was ever expected to go into this. I don't know. I look to the chairs to say I'm not sure at this juncture what I would do.
So Molly, is most of this provided through contract?
Services.
I'm honestly not sure. And would
Okay.
have to,
Okay. If it was provided through contract, then we could put language in, encourage the additional language to make trauma-informed consent the standard, and then we wouldn't own it at DHHS. So would that be acceptable, that future contracts?
I'm saying this, Molly.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking and I don't see a final fiscal note here. So are you worried about something that you've received from the department that says this is going to cost money, or are you worried about a hypothetical?
It was a
future fiscal?
hypothetical.
Okay, I apologize. I've been jumping between hearings and meetings this morning and missed the beginning of this, but that's helpful to me. I think, you know, we can talk to our folks about whether it would require a fiscal to implement. You know, we certainly agree that providers should be using the trauma-informed standards of care, and, you know, whether every single provider has that training or not, I can't confirm at this time. And what I'd have to learn more about what specific we're doing when we work with providers to make sure that they're using that. But, you know, including this in our standards within our contracts or whatever mechanism makes sense is something we would support. The specific mechanism of that, I'll have to do more work and get back to you about.
Okay.
Okay.
So
All right, so we can go over whatever language we decide on when we get to language review. Did you have a comment, Erin?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am losing the thread a little bit with the trauma informed. I guess the reason I mentioned it in the bill analysis was really to figure out what the committee was intending or what the bill was intending. If you are specifically making a directive to the department to provide training or not. And I guess I'm still, I know Molly's going to bring back some information, but I'm still unclear what your intent is.
I think the intent was to include it as a standard of care.
In future contracts.
Yes. For these future contracts.
Yes. And therefore it shouldn't generate a fiscal note.
No.
And still get us what we want and shoot for.
Is
Okay.
that clear for everybody?
Okay, so Erin's
I think I went down the rabbit hole when I read the analysis, and I was like, oh, training, and what are we gonna, I mean, that's where I got sidetracked. That's me.
That's from too many years in DHHS.
I saw training and I saw unfunded mandate.
Yeah, I know. All right. So are there any questions of Molly or Representative Stover or Erin? So we have a motion ought to pass as amended with the addition of the emergency preamble and inclusion of trauma-informed provider
Contract language.
Contract language. Thank you very much. I was stuck. And was that seconded?
No, but I will. I second
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, there's several seconds. Is there additional discussion? Representative Griffin and Lemelin, do you want to take a break and consider, or should we just go ahead and vote?
I think we're all set to vote.
Okay, then Ms. Withy, it's on you.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci is absent. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan. Representative Madigan is absent. Representative Javner. Representative Javner is absent. Senator Moore. Senator Moore is absent. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 8 yes, 5 absent.
Okay. All right. So I've heard from Senator Carney, And she suggested we go ahead and get started with consideration of 1113. We'll bring in Representative Talbot Ross. And when it's convenient, Aaron.
All right, this bill is LD 1113, which is a resolve to direct the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations to study and propose solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care in the state. This resolve is emergency legislation. It directs the Permanent Commission to study disparities in access to prenatal care in Maine by studying the extent of the disparities through data and other information, and studying the cases of the disparities, including through interviews with women who have had limited or no access to prenatal care. It directs the Commission to recommend solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care and authorizes it to submit legislation that serves to create equity and access to prenatal care in Maine to the second regular session of the 130th. It also allows members of the Commission to be reimbursed for their expenses incurred for this work. The fiscal impact on this bill hasn't yet been determined. The committee didn't have any additional requests for information at the public hearing, but I understand that the sponsor and Representative Talbot Ross are here to answer the committee's questions if there are any. I've provided you with the link to the authorizing statute of the Permanent Commission. That information has their membership and their duties and the scope of their mission. And I've also provided you the links to how compensation for boards and commissions is governed.
Thank you. Questions of Aaron from the committee? I don't see too many. You all feeling okay today? So any response to what you just heard, Representative Talbot Ross?
No, thank you. And good morning to each and every one of you, Senator Claxton and Representative Mayer and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Just here in case you needed any further information on the Permanent Commission, we did submit written testimony to give you some of that background information. But I am here if you had any questions. We are in strong support of this legislation and thank Senator Carney for bringing it forward.
Thank you. So we'll go to some of the questions and then get to Senator Carney. Representative Griffin, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I just have a question. I'm just wondering why the commission needs this resolve in order to meet and study the issue. Do you need legislation to be able to get together?
We would prefer the directive and the legislation in order to justify. Currently, the commission is 15 members that are volunteer community members. We do have, as you'll read in statute, we do have work that helps to advise all three branches of government that we're currently undertaking. We welcome the opportunity to work with Senator Carney and other stakeholders on this bill and would definitely appreciate the directive from the state legislature in order to get the work done. We're committed to the work as we are looking at racial health disparities across all systems, but with the specific focus that Senator Carney has brought forward, we support it coming through the legislature and hope for its passage.
Does that answer your question, Representative Griffin?
I guess I'm just, do you meet at other times when other than being directed by the legislation? Do you meet or do you, okay, you're not understanding my question, I guess. I guess I'm just wondering why you need a resolve in order to meet. Is it just?
Yes, Representative, this is a very specific look at the disparities in prenatal maternal care, and it would absolutely be work in addition to what we're currently doing. And so the directive is necessary. Just to give you a sense, the Permanent Commission meets every single week. This is a fairly overwhelmed commission without any current staff. 15 members who are doing the work, I would dare say, of the state. We have monthly meeting of the full commission, and then every week there are 5 subcommittees that meet. So it is a lot of work being done by Mainers who are committed to eliminating systemic racism in all forms. And this bill, as a directive for this specific work, would be welcomed.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually wasn't sure if this bill sponsor wanted to, I see that Senator Carney's hand was raised, so I would defer for that.
Okay. Senator Carney, did you want to jump in here?
Well, it depends on the process that the committee wants. I can answer Representative Griffin's question a little bit, or I can wait until the question.
No, go ahead if you can help us with this work.
Yeah, I can give a little bit. I can tell you the genesis of the bill and how it came to be. So originally, I've been working, as you know, in the area of infant, maternal, and child health care. And it came to my attention through the Maine Children's Alliance that we had this really significant disparity. And originally I was doing some research to see if there was a fix that could be included as a bill, a statutory change, and that was not, there's no consensus on the cause of the disparity. And so then I drafted a resolve that would have created a committee to look into it. And then through actually speaking with Representative Pluker regarding his work in the agriculture area and speaking with Representative Talbot Ross, it occurred to me that the most appropriate step was to reach out with this concern to the Permanent Commission and ask the Permanent Commission to do the study. And I know that you asked, does the Permanent Commission need the resolve to do the work? And I would just answer that as a legislator, I would very much appreciate them doing the work because it will direct the future steps that I take in my kind of ongoing work on maternal, infant, and child health care. And so it's something that I, as a legislator, plan to and hope to act on once the study has been completed by the Permanent Commission. And I also think it's really important for us to be able to count on the Permanent Commission as kind of a hub of expertise in our policymaking.
Thank you. Does that answer the questions a little bit more clearly, Representative Griffin?
It does, and I think having that information is important to look at policy, but I guess I still am questioning why a resolve when the commission is doing the work. I guess, they could still submit report to the committee. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Baldacci has joined us. Did you want to introduce yourself and ask a question?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor in the town of Herman. So I'm not sure where you guys were with the conversation.
Just started.
Okay, so this is a good place. I think that I would like to see, I like the bill and I support the bill. Can we include a provision that it will provide, does it have a provision to provide specific recommendations to this committee or to the legislature? I want to make sure that there is a follow-up procedure, either with their recommendations or that specific legislation can be had. So I'd like to see some provision where there's a report And I know we've done this in other bills where we've authorized ourselves to issue legislation. I'm not sure what the procedure is for that, but this is such an important issue that I want to make sure that we have some follow-up in addition to the study. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too very much support this bill, not only because I think that the commission's doing really crucial work, but also in terms of healthcare disparities, prenatal care. I mean, the prenatal health disparities are particularly ugly and damning in this nation, and also prenatal care, just for anyone, is one of the most cost-effective interventions when we look at the benefits paid in terms of health and productivity of a person over the course of a lifetime. I guess I have sort of a technical question because the bill seems to propose what I would call original research, where enrolling subjects and so forth. Is that the intent, or is it more to gather the expertise and submit, and focus, have a sort of a focus report? I raise the concern because if it is the former, if it is original research, then there's human subjects research, institutional review board concerns that are put in place for a reason, and I think it kind of might conflict with the timeline proposed in the bill. So is it intended to be a focus effort, a legislative directive to gather information that exists and expertise exists, or original research?
Does anybody want to answer that? Representative Ross or Senator Carney? Sure.
Do you, Representative Ross, did you want to answer that, or do you want me to?
The only thing that I would say is, thank you for the question, Representative, is my understanding is that there may be the opportunity to both. I have been certified for human subject research through the Muskie School because I'm doing research on a number of other things. There are one or two other commissioners who also have that level of expertise built into the commission. So I think initially it was to convene and to gather information in order to, within the time frame, to get a report back. Some of those recommendations may be to do a deeper dive into that primary research. So I think I don't see it as a either or, but possibly a both and. Senator Carney?
And I could just add on that when I started to look at the disparity issue, I reached out to the Maine Children's Alliance and also the Georgetown Center for Children and Families, and they really actually don't know. They can't fully explain why the disparity exists, and it's not part of the current research. And they suggested that you also really need to talk to the impacted people who are not receiving care, and also to the practitioners, to try to get a more concrete sense of what's happening here in Maine that's contributing to the disparity. So I agree with Representative Talbot Ross that it's not an either or, but probably both are needed.
Does that answer your question, Representative Zager?
It does. I really appreciate both those answers, Representative and Senator. What do you think about the timeline? I'm not disputing the both and might be the best way forward, but do you think the timeline permits that? The bill's timeline, in other words, can the IRB process and the the enrollment and the study, all that occur in the timeline as written, or would you like to see an amendment?
Senator Claxton, is it okay for me?
Oh, please.
Answer?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Yeah.
And I'll defer to the bill sponsor, but I would say that in addition to utilizing the permanent commission members themselves in doing some of this work, we would certainly consult with all of the folks who are involved in this a body of research in this area of work. We are not experts in all subject matters. We have a lived experience that informs. And so I just want to make sure that I answer the previous question as well, that, you know, the Permanent Commission is a convener, as well as, members have certain content expertise that we would utilize in kind, but we would certainly be reaching out to folks in the field to help with this. It is, the timeline is what it is. I mean, this is how our work evolves. And I believe that we could, at the very minimum, get a very good handle on this, Representative. And if more time is needed, then the report back would be that as such, that we've been able to do a certain amount of work. We need more time to do other work, and then we'd leave it certainly in consultation with Senator Carney about what recommendations could legitimately move forward, and if it's possible for something to happen in the second term of the 130th.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited about this and appreciate the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't see any specific request for any funding that you might need to hire some experts or a facilitator or any other kind of supports that you might need. Are you intending to request some funding for those kinds of services?
Representative Talbot-Ross, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Representative, for the question. We are currently seeking funding. The Permanent Commission is authorized to both seek outside funding outside of the state and to submit a request through the general fund. We also are aware of federal funds that are coming into the state for relief, and would pursue all of the avenues to acquire funding in order to bring on expertise and convening of community stakeholders. So we are in the process of seeking and acquiring that kind of funding.
Thank you.
Senator Carney, do you have any response or anything else you want to jump in on?
No, I didn't, other than to express my thanks to all of you for your questions and for your thoughtful consideration of the legislation, and especially to thank Representative Talbot-Ross for supplying all of the information this morning that I would not have been able to answer the questions. Thank you.
As I understand it at this point, probably the commission doesn't really have the capacity to take on significant primary research or original research, that you'd need some sort of staffing support to make that happen. Is that a fair statement?
Hey, thank you, Senator, for the question. It is fair. The Permanent Commission currently has 15 members, as I stated, and we do have some in-kind staffing support that's provided by the Department of Labor, Volunteers of America of Northern New England, and the University of Southern Maine. So we do have some staff support right now. We certainly hope that this bill passes. We are eager and anxious to do the work. We're interested in this work. And so we would certainly prioritize being able to bring on additional financial and human resources to have the capacity to do this work and do this work well.
And having had the bill pass might be additional leverage for resources.
I thank you, Senator. I would hope so. I mean, the work that the Permanent Commission is undertaking requires investment, and I would dare say, in all due respect, investment from the state and through the legislative process. But I will also say, out of a difference to Representative Griffin's question, this is work that we're committed to doing, is to address racial health disparities. It is one of the primary reasons that we exist. This, by the way, this area of work was one of the priorities that the Permanent Commission identified last summer and was included in a report that we issued back in September to do a deep dive into these racial health disparities. And with this bill, we get to look at the prenatal and maternal health care issues in this state. So we are hopeful that the committee will pass this bill unanimously and trust that the Permanent Commission can at least get some of this work underway. And we would certainly report back our initial findings. Thank you.
Okay. Are there other questions of either the sponsor, Senator Carney, or Representative Talbot Ross? Yes, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross and Carney, for being here today. Just a clarifying question on exactly the nature of the study. So would the commission be producing a research paper based on original research? In other words, members of the commission collecting and analyzing raw data and producing a research paper based on that analysis and interpretation? Or would the commission be providing a review based on published articles, a summary of existing literature, perhaps interviews on this topic, this important topic, in order to explain the current state and the current understanding about racial disparities that may exist or do exist with regard to prenatal care here in Maine? Is it a both? Is it a formal original study derived from formal original research? Or is it a review of articles and a summary of existing literature, is what I'm trying to get at.
Please, go ahead.
I can just answer. I actually had originally envisioned it as the latter, because I think that, there is research that has been done nationwide on this. There is some research on infant and maternal mortality in Maine that just sort of very lightly touched on racial disparities, but didn't ask the question why. And I think that, given the time frame and the urgency of the issue, that if we could understand the current status of research and also have information derived from interviewing affected people and healthcare providers in Maine, that would help us identify the next most important step to fixing this as quickly as possible.
And Senator, if I may?
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Representative, I agree with Senator Carney. The reason I put the RRB process in is because it was part of a question, and I really wanted the committee to know that we do have that kind of expertise within the commission, but it is not our intent to publish a research paper and to conduct that type of research on our own within this short time frame. I did just want you all to know that we do have that level of understanding within the commission's body.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Meyer.
Yeah, and just thank you, Senator Claxton. And so in the authorizing legislation for the commission, if I recall, there was language about the commission's charge to examine quantitative and qualitative data associated with the populations we've been discussing here, as it pertains to a host of different topics, housing, income, employment, education, and healthcare. So is this not already within the scope of what the commission is doing?
Please, anybody who wants to answer.
Thank you, Senator. I'll defer to Senator Carney.
Well, I will speak from the perspective of a legislator, understanding that we have this incredible resource of the Permanent Commission. I think that introducing resolve such as this is a really crucial part of the legislature and the Permanent Commission working together. And I mean, the Maine Children's Alliance was incredibly alarmed at the disparity. They brought it to me. I was incredibly alarmed. And I think that this is the way that legislators and the Permanent Commission can work together on something that is a priority and help set priorities. Absent this kind of process of introducing a resolve, I don't think there's that important channel of communication and shared prioritization that I think is necessary both from the legislative perspective and from the Permanent Commission's perspective.
That fit with what you were going to offer, Representative Talbot Ross?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Senator Carney expressed it well and accurately.
And as I read this and listened to testimony, I struggled with not wanting to, wanting to get into the weeds because I've been there so many different times in my career with other studies and not wanting to shape the process. So I think what we're basically doing then is turning over to the commission with a charge from this committee, the intent to begin to explore, survey the field, collect existing data and literature to begin to shape a more formal study down the road. And I don't really need to be part of that whole process. And so I should just back off from that. So that's what I'm ending up with. That's why you're doing it, and that's where you're going, and where you're going isn't very clear yet, but will become more clear as you begin the work. Is that a fair summary? Either of you?
And all due respect to Senator Carney, I believe that it is Senator Claxton.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I have a better understanding now. Are there additional questions that haven't been asked so far of our fellow legislators or of Aaron? So yes, Senator Baldacci.
So I would make a motion of ought to pass. I would just ask for a small amendment to include a report back to this committee and allowing this committee to also submit legislation. I know that the Permanent Commission is allowed to that, but I think it's important we have a report back and we have the ability also to submit legislation if we see fit to address this issue. Other than that, I would move ought to pass.
As amended.
As amended.
Yeah. And is there a second for that? Second? Okay.
Sure. Actually, may I
Please.
ask? So I was also going to move ought to pass, but was wondering if what Senator Carney and Representative Talbot Ross think about the report back amendment that Senator Baldacci just suggested.
Are you all both comfortable with that?
Excellent idea.
Okay, I second the motion.
Okay. Is there additional discussion on the motion ought to pass as amended? Yes, Representative Lemelin.
Thank you, Senator. I have the same issue that Representative Griffin has. I don't see the need for it to be a resolve. So we're going to be an ought not to pass. However, if they were willing to change it to a resolve to direct the Permanent Commission on Indigenous and Maine tribal populations to study and propose solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care in the state, we would be inclined to move forward with it.
Okay, can you repeat that language for me again?
Sure. A resolve to direct the Permanent Commission on Indigenous and Maine tribal populations to study and propose solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care in the state. The reason for this is we heard 99% of the testimony from the Indigenous and tribal population, and we're in full agreement that we need to move forward with that.
And the language you're bringing up, does that expand it? Because you've now made it statewide. Is that what the intent is?
No, sir. It's to remove the 4 words before Indigenous.
Which line are you on then in the bill? I'm wanting to make sure I understand exactly what your thought is here. Representative Lemelin, where did you go? There you are.
Right here, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not reading the original bill, sir. What I'm doing is, it says, you know, in our schedule, it reads what the act is. It says an act to require testing of public, no, I'm sorry. Resolve to direct the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to study and propose solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care in the state. Is that not correct?
Yes. That's the working title. Yes. And you want to eliminate, can somebody help me out here? I'm having a brain cramp. All right. So on the title, do you want to change the title, sir? I'm sorry, I'm not getting.
I don't have the title in front of me.
Well, that's what I'm looking at the list that on our worksheet.
Title is,
Right, Representative Lemelin, it sounded like you were reading the title. We're just trying to figure out what you're proposing to change.
You want to just leave your mic on while we go back and forth, Representative Lemelin?
Sure.
So did you hear Aaron's comment?
Yes, I'm trying to pull up the original bill. I don't have it here.
Okay.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Sure.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
While we're doing that, Representative Zager, did you have a comment? Is that related to this?
It is, Mr. Chair. I think I'll wait until Ms. Dooling shares the screen.
Okay.
Do you see that now?
Yep.
You make it a little bigger. Is that a little better maybe?
You can make it bigger yet by getting rid of the pages on the left.
I don't know how to do that. It's in
okay.
It's the website, not the
Oh, yeah.
Adobe
Okay.
Reader. Sorry.
All right. So what we're trying to clarify, as I understand where we are right now, is the language change that Representative Lemelin has raised as a possibility.
There we go.
Thank you. Very good.
Is that on line? Oh. Is it line 17? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
Correct. Line 17.
Thank you.
Okay. And your request is to eliminate which words?
We're just trying to make it just for indigenous and Maine tribal populations.
You want to strike out racial.
Correct.
Okay. So Representative Lemelin, if I made the the line 17 is referencing the actual title of the permanent commission as it was authorized in statute. If you wanted to change the scope of the study of the disparities, you could do that in the body of that section. So for example, perhaps putting that limiting language on lines 22, 23. But where you're referencing is actually the title of the commission, which we can't change in this resolve.
Okay. So I understand where you are now. Okay. So Representative, I'm sorry I was so slow on that, Representative Lemon, but thank you for clearing it up. Representative Zager, you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I was I was going to make a very similar point, that the commission already exists. It's been chartered by this legislature. The scope is as defined in the title of the commission, I don't believe that we can change the name or the scope of the commission's work with a resolve when it's actually a statute that allows for the commission to exist.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Perry?
Yes, thank you. My response to this, leaving racial out, is we look at a lot of health disparities in Washington County, and the indigenous people is only a part of it. We have a significant Latin population in the southern part of the county, which also is affected by our health data. And we really need to know the whole picture if we're going to look at the public health and the health issues within the county itself. So I think that I can't agree to leaving the racial portion out of that.
Okay. Did you have a clarifying comment, Erin?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that although I meant that you can't change the title of the permanent commission itself in this resolve, what Representative Lemlin is suggesting is possible from a drafting perspective to direct a narrower focus of the review that this resolve is proposing to.
Right, in the body. So Senator Baldacci, it was your motion and it was seconded.
Right, and I call for a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we will proceed with Ms. Withy calling the roll.
I think Representative Stover had a question.
Well, I have to look up too to make sure we're doing it the right way, but go ahead, Representative Stover.
I just requested that someone read the motion again, please.
Yeah, well, I haven't written it, but the motion, the motion is ought to pass, and the motion is ought to pass. My amendment is just to have a report back to this committee, and the committee allowed also to submit legislation if we feel the need. That's,
okay, thank you.
More of a technical amendment than anything else.
And just give me a minute here to look at my crib notes because you've moved the vote as a formal, I can't find them. The Robert's rules that corresponds with that motion to note that we have to vote or not. Well, because what you're doing is ending debate. And I think that requires, so you just voted, you just moved to limit debate, which requires a second. Is there a second to represent Senator Baldacci's motion to end the debate?
I think Representative Zager indicated a second. I think.
Did you second that motion? He seconded your original motion. The issue right now we're looking for a second on is your
move the vote.
Your move to vote.
I second the motion as amended. You know, ought to pass as amended.
And we're not there right now.
I'm not seconding the ending of debate.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So the question is still to the committee: is anybody seconding the motion to end debate?
I second the motion to end the debate.
Okay. And now we go ahead and vote on that motion. So it requires a 2/3 vote. So we'll go run the table with Ms. Withy.
Representative Zager.
Just clarification, this is, the motion is to end the debate?
Yes. The motion on the floor is to end the debate. It's been seconded.
And just a clarifying question. This doesn't mean that we couldn't vote on
The original
on the
motion
of
later.
The original motion.
Right. We could vote on the original motion if we end debate now. So the issue is, do we stop the debate? That's really all we're answering right now. If the answer is yes, then we vote on the original motion. If the answer is no, we go back to discussion.
And I see Representative Griffin is seeking to speak. If we end debate, she can't speak on. She can't.
That's right, because we have a motion on the floor that requires a vote.
My vote is no.
And
I was just asking for clarification.
sure, yes. Okay.
Okay, we're just voting on whether or not to stop debate, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
If Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw the motion. Okay.
Okay.
I will withdraw the motion. I think, we need to determine, how much more discussion we want to have. I think we've reached kind of an endpoint on discussion. I mean, but those are just my opinions. Thank
Okay. And I appreciate that. So right now, since the motion's been withdrawn, then we're back to the original motion, which is to ought to pass as amended. And the amendment is to include language for a report back and the option to write legislation at the time. And that's been moved and seconded. Is there additional discussion about that motion? I don't see any, so why don't we start with the vote then? So we're back to the original. And Ms. Withy can walk us through the voting process, voting steps. Thank you.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Get into the state.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan. Representative Madigan is absent. Representative Javner. Representative Javner is absent. Senator Moore. Senator Moore is absent. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 7 yes, 2 no, 4 absent.
Okay. So the motion passes and we move to the next step with it. So thank you, Senator Carney, for bringing this forward and for an interesting conversation. Thank you to Representative Talbot Ross for being here and filling in some of the blanks and helping us understand what was going on with the intent of the legislation. Aaron, did you have some comment?
Yeah, is there a minority report?
I look to.
Yes. We'd like to have it removing all references to race and to do a study on the access to prenatal care for all.
But who are you still looking to have it the permanent commission on race, et cetera, handle this study, or are you, because I can't change that name yet. But that would be where it would be housed.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So are you all set then, Erin? So that removes racial on line 23 that I see immediately as the part of the minority report. You all set?
I'm all set, thanks.
Okay, good. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so that concludes the conversation about LD 1113. And as I understand, it concludes this morning's work session. Is there anything else to be accomplished before we adjourn for lunch? And at least one of us heads over to judiciary for work on getting exceptions for confidentiality approved related to some prior legislation. And then we reconvene here for a public hearing at 2:30, at which time we'll be considering 4 bills. I don't see any other business to be accomplished. See everybody back here at 2:30 then. Thank you.
pass. I would just ask for a
Hello, Representative Madigan.
Hello, Representative Meyer.
Hello, Representative Craven.
Hi. That was a fine break. Did you have to go to judiciary?
Representative Madigan did, and
I did.
Senator Claxton.
Yeah. Oh.
It went smoothly.
I was going to go walking, but I thought, oh, I'll go later when it's when we get done. It's so beautiful out. It's so nice to have spring.
That it is. Let's just give this a minute or so to gather some more members.
Well, for spring, I just want to mention my heather is fully blossomed.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have daffodils.
No, I do too, but they're not blossomed yet. I did have a crocus blossom. That was the other one.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have a couple of those too. Yeah. I can't believe they come up through the icy earth.
I know, it's amazing. Hardy soul.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we've got ourselves, there we go. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. It is Tuesday, April 13th, and we're assembled around our virtual horseshoe, live streamed on the HHS channel found on the Maine State Legislature's YouTube channel, where you can find the replay of our proceedings should you miss us live. This afternoon, we'll hold public hearings on the following bills in this order: 1252, 1263, 1385, and 1324. For those testifying, please ensure the name you're using on the Zoom webinar matches the one you used when you signed up. And we'd ask that in order to help our clerk manage the attendee list, you exit the webinar once you've finished your testimony and taken any questions from the committee, and please watch the rest of the hearing live on YouTube. We'll be taking testimony in the following order: the sponsor, any co-sponsors and other legislators, those providing testimony in favor of the bill, then those opposing the bill, and then finally, neither for nor against, but with additional information for the committee. We do run a 3-minute clock on testimony, and you will receive a prompt when you have 30 seconds left, asking you to kindly bring your testimony to a close. Public hearings are just that. They are for the public. The process of hearing the public's testimony certainly engenders and encourages probing questions, and the committee is asked to use the raise hand function in order to ask those bill-related questions. We'll do just a quick round of introductions, starting with Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland.
And Representative Lemelin.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Hermit. Thanks.
Representative Griffin.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadesque.
Representative Perry. And looks like you are frozen. So we'll go to Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Madigan.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
And Senator Moore.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
And I am Michelle Meyer. I'm the House Chair. I represent Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery. Senator Claxton is presenting before another committee. We'll welcome our analyst, Anna Broom.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the analysts for the Health and Human Services Committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And our clerk.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Withy. I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. If you need any assistance during the hearing, you can email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov.
Thank you, Carrie. So I don't see that Representative Perry made it back. When she does, we'll allow her to introduce herself, and we'll get started with public hearings this afternoon. And beginning with LD 1252, an act to improve family daycare providers by increasing the number of children allowed to be cared for without obtaining certification. And the bill's sponsor is with us, Representative Sampson. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you folks. Representative Meyer and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Representative Heidi Sampson, serving the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. I present you with LD 1252, an act to improve family daycare providers by increasing the number of children allowed to be cared for without obtaining certification. Child care is an increasingly challenging service to access. Accessibility and affordability are the two critical factors for parents, especially single parent households. More and more home child care providers are closing their doors due to burdensome over-regulation. However, it's these very home care providers who offer the most affordable service within local communities. In a small measure, this bill recognizes the shortage and the continued struggle parents deal with in finding childcare. It seems counterintuitive to overregulate an industry when the needs are increasing, yet access is decreasing. More regulations directly impact the costs required to operate. By easing the regulatory burden as this bill proposes, the price can be more manageable, while parents can still maintain peace of mind and safe care for their children. For many low-income Mainers or single-parent households, there is no real choice to remain home. They must be able to work to provide for their families. Access to reliable and affordable childcare is crucial. So LD 1252 is a simple piece of legislation that will make permanent the Chief Executive's Executive Order Number 20, issued March 24th, 2020, allowing a family childcare provider to care for 3 children in addition to any children living in the provider's home without being required to be certified. If this regulation was determined unnecessary and therefore suspended during a state of emergency, it is clearly an unnecessary regulation for all other times. I ask for your favorable consideration to this sensible legislation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none. Testifying in support of 1252 is Mr. Nick Murray. Welcome.
Thank you. I really appreciate the time. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, the distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Nick Murray. I serve as policy analyst for Maine Policy Institute. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for individual liberty and economic freedom in Maine. I really appreciate you hearing this bill. So thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1252 to codify Governor Mills' executive order on family child care providers. As you know, Mainers have lived under the language of this bill as law since March 24th, 2020, when the order was signed over a year ago. Similar to other statutes or regulations which have been suspended for over a year, with little to no cost to public health or safety. This change must be made permanent in statute. Childcare is truly essential. Like education, it is foundational to Maine's economy. A 10% decline in the availability of childcare services corresponds with a reduction of employment among single mothers by 3 to 4% and up to 6% for married mothers. I cite that in my testimony. That's from Child Care Aware of America. And when parents exit the workforce to care for children each year, it's estimated that US families lose nearly $29 billion in wages. Over the last decade or more, Maine parents have been frustrated with the lack of affordable childcare, and for good reason. Our analysis from 2018 showed that in the 10 years preceding that, from 08 to 18, the state lost 1/4 of all licensed childcare providers, with an even steeper drop among family care providers. I include that graph in our testimony, as well as more recent data that we updated through 2021. So the second graph in my testimony is from 2011 to 2021. You'll see that this unfortunate decline has continued, especially among family care providers. 41%, and the state has 41% fewer family care child care centers operating than 10 years ago. Overall, licensed providers declined 28.8%, but the number of center-based care providers grew 3%. We still are in a clear childcare crisis, I think, given the supply numbers here. So a vibrant market of childcare is important because it allows working parents a lower cost option than center-based providers, as Representative Sampson noted, especially in more rural areas of the state where economic opportunities are limited. Parents of small children need as many options as possible in order to make ends meet. Supply of childcare ensures competition and some price choice and quality choice for those parents. Allowing a neighborhood babysitter to watch 3 children, 4 total if 2 are siblings, without becoming a licensed provider is truly the least the state can do to support the affordable availability of childcare. The Office of Child Care, part of the federal DHHS, reported in 2019 that, quote, most states set the licensing threshold at 3 or 4 children who are not related to the provider, unquote. Their data shows that laws in 36 states, including DC, allow for family care providers a higher pre-licensure threshold than Maine. So LD 1252 would bring Maine more in line with these national norms. I include a graph from Child Care of America as well. This bill would also give Maine's childcare entrepreneurs an easier path to success for their business and to provide this needed service. So for the benefit of all working families in Maine, please deem this bill ought to pass. So thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being here. Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Murray. So what kind of oversight would there be for safety, for example, in a home that was caring for 2 or 3 children, especially regarding, swimming pools or safety in the home or educational opportunities or tax credits or any other kind of public supports that a low-income family would be qualifying for?
Oh, as you know, there are many programs that provide aid for low-income families and for single parents. I think there's plenty of regulation to make sure that these providers are safe. Outside of them having to be licensed, there's still a lot of accountability that they have to follow and a lot of state observance that they have to follow in order to maintain a safe, beneficial workplace and service for their customers. So I think there's a lot of things pre-licensure that provides this sort of health and safety check. And just to keep this in the scope of this bill, where this bill only raises that limit from 2 children to 3, 4 if there are siblings. So today there are plenty of unlicensed providers watching 2 children. This bill would just allow Maine family care providers to do that with 3 children instead and bring us more in line with those national norms. So plenty of regulation that watch over child care providers. This would just expand their ability to provide that service a little more.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll hear next from Heather Martin.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Heather Martin, and I'm here today representing the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children. And we are here in opposition of 1252. I just want to point out, as I was thinking about writing this testimony, I started going over in my head all the professions in Maine that we require certification for. You know, for example, 2 weeks ago, I dropped my dog off at the groomers knowing that they had a licensure to work on my dog. And as I started thinking about this going, you know, we're thinking about unregulated childcare, caring for children and in their health and safety. You know, I thought of how backwards that seems when we're regulating plumbers, we're regulating people to operate tattoo parlors. We're thinking of all these professions in Maine that we have regulation for to just ensure the basic health and safety for their consumers. And I think when we're thinking about children, how can we not want to provide the basic health and safety standards for children in our state, especially our youngest children, our infants who can't speak for themselves, our toddlers. And so I really want you to think about that when you're considering your vote on this bill. And there was a question raised about what is the oversight from Representative Craven. And unless a licensed exempt childcare provider is working with the childcare subsidy program in the state, it is my understanding there is no oversight of unlicensed childcare providers. There's no reporting requirements for accidents or injuries. And so we don't really have good data to determine the type of incidences that happen in these type of unregulated settings. Our Maine childcare licensing unit takes on that important work of regulating childcare programs. It does a tremendous job ensuring that incidents in childcare programs across Maine remain low. The Department of Health and Human Services, along with the Office of Child and Family Services, has worked very diligently to bring Maine's childcare licensing rules into compliance with the federal government. One of those big moves a few years back was making sure that we had background checks for childcare providers, something that we had not been in compliance with for a long time. What is great about this is that the department and OCFS supported free background checks to ensure that there were no financial barriers for providers being able to have these background checks. And they also were providing that for the license exempt providers who are working through the child care subsidy program. So again, there is a difference between that there is some oversight with license exempt providers working with the CCSP system. So expanding the number from 2 unrelated children to potentially 4 unrelated children, which is what we're really
30
talking
seconds,
about.
Heather.
Yep, in this bill, to me, it takes us backwards in all the ways that we've moved forward in Maine. And lastly, I just want you to really listen to the testimony today of the Family Child Care Association of Maine. I think this is the organization we should really be leaning on when we're making these type of decisions in the state. They are the people working in the field and representing a large group of the population of family child care providers working in the field. Thank you so much, and I hope you consider voting in opposition to LD 1252.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll next hear from Nancy Cronin. Welcome, Nancy.
Hello and good afternoon. Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. Like many other children with disabilities are in desperate need for high quality child care in Maine. They need access to these settings for the same reasons children without disabilities need high quality child care. And in addition, child care might be the only opportunity for children with disabilities to practice their social skills and interact with other children. Without these opportunities, the symptoms of their disabilities may actually worsen. Sadly, across the nation, with disabilities are often forgotten in the child care conversation and are considered an underserved group. Finding quality childcare is especially difficult for these families, and some advocates are questioning whether the system discriminates against children with disabilities, as their families find it particularly difficult and are often told that the childcare provider is not equipped or not prepared to care for a child with disabilities, yet they accept federal subsidy, such as the Child Care Development Block Grant, which is supposed to ensure no such discrimination. Maine, unfortunately, does not monitor its program to ensure equity, putting our state at risk of such discrimination. Maine has a dearth of child care providers. I appreciate that is the problem that this bill is trying to solve, but the solution is not to lower the bar for child care providers. This bill would simply allow non-certified, non-regulated providers to serve more children in their home. For children with disabilities, it will likely exacerbate the issue as these settings will be further ill-equipped to serve these children, shutting more doors on families. In 2019, Maine Children's Alliance published a document that demonstrated the critical need and recorded the availability in Maine of high-quality childcare settings. They clearly demonstrated that according to national quality measures, center-based childcare provided the best quality. And then next came the family-owned licensed childcare. While they met significantly less quality measures, many had components of quality measures. Non-licensed childcare was not obviously on the map, but it can be assumed that the setting would still yield even poorer quality measures. This bill does bring to light a clear issue, though. Maine desperately needs more quality childcare settings. Maine receives approximately $8 million through the Federal Child Care Development Block Grant. And right now, that the funding is used to pay state staff salaries and provide some funding to families through a subsidy application process. Unfortunately, the funds are not used to improve the system systemically, and the program remains stagnant, helping a few but not maximizing the aid to the many. MDDC suggests that the committee consider requesting a report on how those federal dollars are currently used and change this legislative vehicle into a resolve to create a plan to better use those dollars in a way to enhance and develop our childcare options in the state. By far, this would be the pathway to improving childcare for underserved children, such as those who are from low-income houses or our children with disabilities. And I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. Questions for Nancy Cronin? Seeing none. Next, we will welcome speaking in opposition, Rita Furlow. Ms. Furlow? Here she is, I think. No? I think we'll move on to Sasha Shunk.
Yes, hi there, Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. So my name is Sasha Shunk. I have been a licensed family child care provider in Portland, Maine for over 17 years, and I'm also a nationally accredited provider for the past 14 years. I'm testifying today in opposition of LD 1252 that would change the threshold requiring the licensing from 2 to 3 children. So though I supported the temporary increase that was allowed by the governor's executive, I do not feel the permanent increase is for the best interest for the children of Maine. I too have been allowed to care for additional children due to the executive order with the intent so that I could help provide remote school age care for my community. It is not something I think should be done for a permanent basis for me to have 14 children in my program. Though everyone is safe, I don't feel I'm providing the highest quality care I can. And that's what I feel about this as well, is that as a temporary solution for supporting the school agers that were remote, this was a great way for to help kind of fill that void. But as a permanent solution, I don't think it should be kept. I do understand the thought behind the bill. Maine has a childcare crisis. In Portland, there's literally not enough childcare slots for the number of children who live here. But increasing this unlicensed provider number is not the solution. It actually could make this change could actually allow an unlicensed provider to care for more than a licensed provider. And how, you may ask? Well, a licensed provider in Maine can currently care for 6 children, 3 under 2, 3 over the age of 2. Licensed providers must count their own children under the age of 4 in these ratios. So let's say this unlicensed provider has 3 non-school age children of their own. Under the proposed rule, they could care for an additional 4 children if one of those children are their siblings. In this scenario, that means this single provider is caring for 7 non-school age children, one more than would be currently allowed as a licensed family child care provider. In my opinion, Maine licensing rules are not overly complicated or stringent. They do the job of protecting the children of Maine and supporting their healthy development. I know it was mentioned at the beginning, Representative Sampson, that thoughts of overregulation has led to closures. I don't believe that to be the reason for the closures. There was a
30
study
seconds,
done.
Sasha.
Sure. There was a study done by a UMF grad student in 2019 and found the #1 reason for closures was retirement. So we're seeing that we don't have enough people coming into the field. So if the goal is to alleviate the strain on Maine's childcare system, I would suggest focusing on workforce development, which I know is already happening in Maine, and using the support such as Family Child Care Association of Maine, where we offer free supports for family child care providers, Maine AUIC, and Maine Roads to Quality. So I just urge you, LD 1252 is not the right choice for Maine's children. I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Shunk. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll welcome Stacy Archibald. Stacy.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am also a member of the Family Child Care Association of Maine, speaking in opposition to LD 1252. I've been a licensed family child care provider for the past 3 years, and as was mentioned by Sasha Shunk, I do not feel that licensure is an overly burdensome threshold to leap through. I feel like licensing is the baseline infrastructure to ensure safety and quality care is delivered to Maine's children. The state has done quite a bit to support licensed childcare in the past year, especially. We've had access to free FBI background checks for all adult members of our households. That includes our spouses and any other adult family members that live in our household, which I feel is a move that we wanted to happen in licensed family childcare for a long time. We wanted to make sure that children were being cared for in homes that were safe. The Child Care Subsidy Program has offered support for us throughout the pandemic and has offered support for the essential workforce through waiving parent copays and continuing to pay for childcare subsidy when children were absent due to pandemic-related reasons. We feel that support for the Child Care Subsidy Program would best help low-income and single-parent households access care. The majority of the Child Care Subsidy Program families that I have enrolled are from single-parent households and also households where parents are students or small business owners trying to begin their own businesses. So it's a wonderful way to support the economy in Maine. We believe that through access to training and continuing education, we can improve the workforce in the family childcare sector of Maine, that due to retirement, we're not replacing our workforce. And some of that is because of the low wages that we're still seeing as the system transitions from neighborhood babysitters, which we were called in the past, to professional teachers, which is where this field is moving towards. So more support for technical schools, community college. I'm a graduate of Southern Maine Community College, so more support for our trainings through the Maine Roads to Quality system. And
30
things
seconds,
like that are
Stacey.
really, okay, thank you. We feel like this is the way that we should be moving and continuing to support the licensed field in Maine. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Archibald? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today. Well, let's see if Rita Furlow can hear us. It looks like maybe she can. Rita.
Hi, this is Rita Furlow. I am definitely having some internet issues today.
Well, we can hear you. We can hear you, Rita.
Okay, great. So my name's Rita Furlow. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance, and I'm here today in opposition to LD 1252. We believe that the responsibility of all of us as adults to foster the healthy development of children, and Maine's early childhood programs exist to provide children with the essential stable nurturing relationships and experiences that build a strong foundation for their growth. And primary to all of that, we believe, is children's health and safety. So we agree with Representative Sampson that we've been concerned to see a decline over time of, oh boy, of and I apologize that my son is trying to call me on FaceTime right now. Sorry about that.
We've seen it all. We've seen it all, Rita.
You have. And what's worse is he's probably going to try again in about 15 seconds.
Okay.
So
get it in. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that yes, it is a concern, and we would like to see, as two of the earlier presenters discussed, a effort to bring more family child care to Maine, to especially in areas where we know there are shortages. We think that there are a number of things that can be done to encourage that, but fundamental to that will be increased wages, because really that is what we are hearing and seeing, and we will work to get the committee some information about a survey that really did not show regulations as being the big concern among people who were potentially leaving the field. It really was more about wages and an ability just to survive and make a living. So, but again, we are concerned about the health and safety of increasing those numbers. I hate to be blunt, but I would ask each of you to think about, if you had to try to carry a number of infants and children out of a burning building, how many of them could you carry if they were very small toddlers or infants? That's what we fundamentally always have to think about in terms of health and safety. That's why we have these regulations. So again, we would like to see an increase in this field, and would like to see more providers, but we don't think this particular increase of these ratios would be
30 seconds, Rita.
Yes, so that is all I have for today, and thank you very much for letting me present.
Thank you, Ms. Furlow. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for working so hard to deliver your testimony, Rita. Finally, we have from the department, John Feeney. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am John Feeney. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services. And I am here today to provide you with information regarding LD 1252, an act to improve family daycare providers by increasing the number of children allowed to be cared for without obtaining certification. This bill would increase from 2 to 3 the number of children that can be cared for in an uncertified or unlicensed family child care provider, and allow an unlicensed provider to care for a 4th child if at least 2 of the children are siblings. Throughout this testimony, I will refer to unlicensed child care providers, as the legislature recently passed LD 98, which will change references to certified family child care providers to licensed family child care providers. OCFS does not believe that there is an issue with the current limitations on the number of children statutorily allowed to be cared for by unlicensed family child care providers. OCFS did recommend, and the governor did enact, a temporary change to the number of children allowed in unlicensed family child care programs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This temporary change was made amid concerns about the health, safety, and well-being of children and families that resulted from the closure of nearly 50% of all licensed child care programs statewide. This temporary change does not mean that OCFS believes it is wise to permanently change the statute and encourage the growth of unmonitored and unlicensed family child care providers who are not required to be licensed. OCFS has no means by which to track unlicensed facilities, including critically important issues like health and safety measures and the qualifications and training of staff. Furthermore, OCFS is concerned about the lack of understanding among parents about the differences and distinctions between licensed family child care providers and unlicensed providers. We do not believe that most consumers readily recognize the significant differences in the department's ability to provide oversight and the requirements to ensure health, safety, and training. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1252 and would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for Mr. Feeney? I'm seeing none. That concludes the testimony on 1252. I would ask the committee for any requests for additional information from our analyst. Seeing none, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm not even, do we actually have providers that are unlicensed in Maine? I'd like to know that. And also whether, if they are, whether they qualify for subsidies.
That looks no other. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like, I don't know if there are documented complaints that have been made to the department for people in, unlicensed daycare versus complaints. I mean, is there a system of a complaint system for daycares, and how is that handled? And is there a difference between complaints for the unlicensed versus the licensed? I guess his testimony was that they don't monitor the unlicensed. I'm assuming they still might get complaints concerning unlicensed daycare providers. So I'd just like to have information on what we're doing to monitoring. I mean, I get both licensed and unlicensed.
Okay, thank you. Representative Griffin.
Maybe information on the different types of licenses, because I'm thinking a family child care can have two, but maybe just the differences in the different licenses and what is okay and what is not. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions or requests, I'll close the public hearing on 1252 and open the public hearing on LD 1263, which is an act to create a separate Department of Child and Family Services, and welcome the bill's sponsor, Senator Diamond. Senator. Senator Diamond, if you could unmute.
I just left a committee that we did the same thing. I apologize for that.
That's quite all right. Would you like to start your video, or are you going to be audio today?
I can be both. Yeah.
Okay.
Easy enough. All right. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
I stumbled into this one, didn't I? Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am Senator Bill Diamond. I live in Windham, and my district includes the town of Windham, Raymond, Casco, Baldwin, Standish, and Fry Island. I am presenting this bill and sponsor an act to create a separate Department of Child and Family Services. To note, I have no co-sponsors. That was my choice. I thought this is something that I should do on my own. The bill creates a new Department of Child and Family Services by transferring the functions of the DHHS that relate to child and family services and child welfare to the new department. The Department of Child and Family Services will have a commissioner appointed by the governor. And the bill also establishes provisions for transferring functions to the new department. Under no means do I contend that this is a comprehensive bill that touches all the bureaucratic changes and would not need extra work. In fact, my hope is that at some point you may feel that this is something that deserves some further attention. And also I want to point out this does not criticize or is critical in any way to any individuals, including all the administration and all the people who work at the Department of Health and Human Services, and just the contrary. This work, I've been working on child abuse and child protection issues for the past 20 years. And what I find is broken my heart more than once. Because over those 20 years, one thing has become painfully obvious, and that is the functioning of the Office of Child and Family Services under the supervision and direction of HHS has demonstrated repeatedly the need for a basic structural change. OCFS needs to rise, in my opinion, to the level of an independent agency separate from the department. Simply put, the department is so large and complex and it has so many serious challenges that it can't possibly oversee the many needs of OCFS, at least to the level required to fully protect children in their care. My involvement in seeking solutions to neglected children and abused kids started in 2001. It was January 31st when 5-year-old Logan Mara was found dead in her foster mother's basement, where she had died of asphyxiation. Police found over 40 feet of duct tape wrapped around Logan's body, including her head, face, and mouth, several times, and then duct tape to the high chair. In the high chair, she was left alone and it tipped over in the basement. As it fell over, she suffocated, and the police said she died slowly. The foster mother, Sally Schofield, was found guilty of manslaughter and served 17 years in prison. This was a heart-wrenching tragedy and as have been several other child deaths, including cases of torture and sexual abuse. At that time, in 2001, the department declared quite emphatically that they would fix the problem. 20 years later, over those 20 years, things haven't changed that much. We all heard the gruesome details of the beatings and eventual murder of 4-year-old Kendall Chick in Wiscasset in December of 2017. Kendall was beaten to death by her grandfather's girlfriend, Shauna Gatto, who was found guilty of depraved indifference murder. The state had placed Kendall with her grandfather after removing her from her mother's responsibility, mostly for the concerns of Kendall's safety. Marissa Kennedy, a 10-year-old from Stockton Springs, was tortured, beaten, and sexually assaulted almost daily for months before she finally died. Her stepfather, Julio Carrillo, and her mother, Sharon Kennedy Carrillo, were also found guilty of depraved indifference murder. I attended all 3 of those trials and their sentencing. What became painfully obvious throughout the trials were the failures of the very agencies that were supposed to protect these children. Instead, those agencies failed them, resulting in their deaths. It's fair to say that those trials probably changed my life as well. Following those 2 horrible murders, DHS again said how they would fix the problem. It's been 20 years, including 4 administrations and at least 7 different commissioners of fixes. And we all should be worried about that there's a good chance that kids are still not being protected properly. We can't forget the many other children who have died while in state care. Names like Jackson Hopkins and Quentin Levitt and Chloe Hoxley, all murdered. A report issued in 2017 stated that at least 22 children died after the state had received reports of abuse on each child before their death. Remember, it's only when kids die that we hear the details. And that's what maybe is the most striking. As Sean Yardley, the CEO at Lewiston-based Community Concepts, said 2 years ago regarding the ongoing failures to fix the child protection system, he said, "This is the same conversation we've had for 10, even 12 years." The Maine Child Welfare Ombudsman 2020 annual report reveals several serious problems within OCFS. I want to emphasize again, the problems are not because of individuals. For example, oftentimes caseworkers are overwhelmed with backlogs and lack of time and proper support and resources to do their jobs properly. I've met with caseworkers over the years, small and larger groups, and heard their tales firsthand, how of staying in hotels and motels with kids because there's no place to go, bringing the kids to their office during the day because there's no place else to take them. The same Ombudsman's report reveals several specific concerns within the operation of OCFS and lists categories where OCFS still continues to struggle. In summary, the Ombudsman report clearly illustrates the need for substantial reorganization and improvement within OCFS, and at the same time acknowledges the difficulties the office faces given the lack of appropriate resources and staff training. As of September 30th, 2020, there were 2,362 children in state custody, an increase of 164 over the same date in 2019. These numbers, along with the Ombudsman's neutral objective assessments of concerning, illustrate the obvious necessity for a structural change in the way we protect and support our kids in state care. We simply cannot continue to go on accepting the status quo. We have a responsibility to assume the leadership required to change the course we currently take to protect our children. And we've done this in the past with other agencies. You may remember, many of you, the Mental Health and Corrections Department. That's when they combined the two together, and that was changed. And there were several others that were changed over the years. Remember the Department of Mental Health, Mental Retardation, and Substance Abuse. And it goes on and on through the administration and financial services to economic development. So changes happen on a pretty regular basis if you look at them over the last 20 years. I guarantee that when the next child is murdered or dies, God forbid that happening, because of neglect or abuse, we all, of course, will feel terrible and will pledge to fix the problem, because that's what we do.
Thank you, Senator Diamond, for that powerful testimony. It's important that we remember the names of those children, and you're right that we pledge to do better so that it never happens again. So I appreciate that testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Baldacci.
I think Representative Madigan was ahead of me. So.
Okay.
So
Senator Madigan?
No? Okay. If she wasn't, then I'll go first. Senator Diamond, I do want to thank you for that presentation. It's extremely powerful. As somebody who's I've been an attorney in child protection cases with the department for probably 28 years, 29 years. I appreciate the fact that you want to address the problem. I'm just not sure the bill is the way to go. And one thing I think that might be helpful before we start creating a completely new department is I really think that we need to have an almost multidisciplinary role committee evaluate, because it's a multifaceted issue. It's about services, it's about the legal system, it's about housing, it's about a whole panoply of different things, and it's about the culture within the department. I see it as a multifaceted issue, and I want to tackle it just like you want to tackle it.
Senator, is there a question in there?
Would you be open to a study commission to evaluate the multifaceted approach before we set up a new department?
Thank you.
I would welcome anything that you can do.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you, Senator Diamond, for your powerful testimony. Logan Marr, Marissa Kennedy, and Kendall Chick are kids I think of every day serving here, and I've certainly shed a lot of tears over what happened to them and other children. And your idea of creating a separate department is not something that hasn't crossed my mind at times. But one of the things as a licensed clinical social worker that I've found is that there's a huge intersection between child protective issues and mental health issues. And I can see the value in keeping those two things close within the department. I mean, and I get that the Department of Health and Human Services is a huge entity kind of in the state, but have you given any thought to, are there other things that can be taken out of there? I mean, because I think we need to keep some things close together because there's so much intersection between mental health and child protective issues.
I think that your committee has the capacity to maybe analyze that and look at other things, and you may decide that, again, this bill was to, knowing that it's not comprehensive, if you decided to do some kind of review, some kind of study, some kind of examination where we're not just sitting on status quo, I think that would be great.
Thank you very much.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. Very moving delivery as well as the content. But I wonder were you just really thinking of child protection or of the entirety of, the child and family services?
I was looking at a way to get a better light and examine the intricacies of how we protect our kids, and if whatever way we can do that. Again, the bill I have is clumsy, but if any way that this committee could decide there was some appropriate way to examine the bottom line, how can we protect our kids better?
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll hear from testimony in support of the bill and welcome Nancy Cronin. Oh, there she is. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. Maine's children's systems are fragmented. Even with the Department of Health and Human Services, the overall work of assisting children can be uncoordinated. MDDC knows many children who receive multiple types of services and supports from multiple offices at DHHS. For example, consider the 3-year-old who has autism, seizure disorder, and is in foster care. That one child has interactions with child welfare, behavioral health, likely Head Start, and children with special health care needs. Well, this one child and his or her caregivers know staff from each one of those DHHS offices. I would be surprised if each office knows that the child interacts with 3 others, even though they're in the same department. Creating a new department where children are central to would and could mean improved coordination, and that less children will get overcomplicated services, and we are in support of that. We have a couple suggested amendments in the bill that I've included in my testimony, and instead of reading it all, I'll briefly summarize it. One, the bill includes a number of different children's departments to move over to the new department, but maternal child health is not there. Children with special health care needs is a part of maternal child health, and they need to be included. Very often I've seen children with special health care needs not getting the support that they needed because they have to start behaving badly until they qualify for Section 28 or Section 65. So I really think that maternal child health needs to be put in this as well. Also, when we moved behavioral health services, when we moved that department, we included children with developmental disabilities under behavioral health. And that's not fair, and it's not serving children with developmental disabilities well at all. Include children with developmental disabilities into a separate agent. They may receive Section 28 or Section 65 services. 65 has the larger number of kids. Section 28 doesn't. And most kids with developmental disabilities sometimes get services in that realm. So I'm interested in folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities to be represented in a way that they don't get buried, which I believe they are now. Lastly, consider, or 60 seconds, okay.
30.
30. Consider adding a bullet to include transition as a specialty. Also, include an additional purpose of the department to specifically state that the responsibility is to do oversight for all of children's services. This will allow the coordination activity should at a minimum focus on ensuring minimal duplication of services, maximizing federal funds, and striving to provide efficient, equitable, and timely services. And lastly, please consider adding a biannual report submitted to you about unmet needs. Unmet needs might be about services that already exist, but unmet needs might be about things that children in Maine we don't know about. So having somebody looking at children in general seems like a really good idea. Not just Office of Child and Family Services for Child Welfare. That's a huge piece of it. And it coordinates with a bunch of other pieces to it. And this is a really big opportunity. I thank you for hearing my testimony. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Nancy, and for testifying. I have a question because there used to be a separate office that dealt specifically with developmental disability. And I know kind of everything got rolled in, but you know whether at that time when we had that separate division, whether that included both children and adults with developmental disabilities?
It did. It did. When it was over at BDS, I believe it was called.
Yes, I'm trying to remember what the acronym was, and I can remember. Thank you.
It was the Bureau of Developmental Services. And what happened is we moved the Bureau of Developmental Services and we combined children with developmental disabilities with children mental health, which is a huge population now. And children with developmental disabilities is a smaller population. And we moved adults with developmental disabilities in with aging and mental health. So that's big. That's big.
Thank you. You know,
I take it back. Just aging and adults with developmental disabilities owns right now. Mental health has its own for adults, but not for children.
One of the things that has always struck me about that is, I mean, that I think I'm going to make this into the question. I swear. But, you know, when we're talking about habilitation versus rehabilitation, you know, kind of separating those out, the children and adults kind of really causes a problem when we're trying to really put in place services that allow that to happen. Isn't that so?
That is absolutely so. And I also would say that in the foster care system, it's really confusing. You have a child who has a developmental disability, and they might not even know how to support. I've watched the numbers of children with autism increase in the foster care system. Do they even know how to connect with Section 28? How does that seamlessly get connected? How do we make sure everybody has the support that they need and the services that they need? And who's looking to make sure that the services that we are providing are actually are doing what we want them to do? You know, we have a huge wait list. We have a huge problem. And we also have the education committee looking at merging and doing something for early intervention. Having a children's department, a cabinet level children's department might be the best opportunity to really focus on kids and have somebody look at kids from an overall systemic point of view and stop some of the sad things that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Perry.
Yes, I guess I am sort of trying to figure some of this out, because I remember after Logan Marr that there were a number of things that we did. And one of the things that we did was try to get the silos out of the system. And by doing that, we made the HHS department that we have now, with the intent that those silos wouldn't be there. And I will say, with a lot of work with the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and we were doing some significant headway along this issue. So my question for you is a separate department going to be the answer? Or is it reorganization because we also have the Children's Council, which is a cabinet position. Are we complicating this more by siloing again? Or is there another way to do this? And I guess that's the question I have for you.
Somebody back in BC once said, when things get confusing, reorganize. And I have that quote on my refrigerator, although I didn't say the quote very well. This is one time I do think that moving it to a new department might make sense, but a real merge about children. I remember when we moved things over, the culture didn't change. And Senator Baldacci did accurately say that perhaps some kind of a study makes sense to look at the culture. What ends up happening through the years is you get a new commissioner and you kind of layer the job, and band-aids go on band-aids for the systems. It really does need to be teased out for a new job, and having this is the new job and these are the sections in it, and this is what we're going to do, and we're going to have an oversight part. We don't have an oversight part. I recently got a call from a parent who said, I want to be able to pay for case management services and nobody will take my money. And I said, you're absolutely right. And I contacted the state and I said, how do I get them to be able to pay for their own services? And they said, we don't know. We provide main care services here. And I said, well, we need an oversight of this to make sure that there's equity for all children and looking at children's issues. We have to stop being the Section 28 manager and the Section 65 manager and the OC and the child welfare manager, even though they all have different funding sources and different federal rules and different federal reports. We need somebody to look at it all.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Representative Perry?
That answers it, because I must say, I think to work with confusion isn't always to create more confusion.
Yes.
Thank you. Concluding the testimony on this bill is Christine Alberry. Welcome.
Sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you very much for having me today. Good afternoon, Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Christine Alberry. I am the Child Welfare Ombudsman for Maine. I'm here today to encourage you to carefully consider passage of LD 1263, an act to create a separate Department of Child and Family Services. My office, the Child Welfare Ombudsman, is in the unique position of being allowed to directly access child welfare records and review child welfare cases from an independent perspective. Since 2018 and before, as you've heard today, obviously, child welfare has undergone significant change and upheaval, and the reform process continues today. The work of child welfare is exceedingly complex, and the Office of Child and Family Services now houses both children's behavioral health services and child welfare services. The children and parents served by the Office of Child and Family Services often require intensive, multi-layered services, sometimes lasting years, and the decision-making around these families requires expertise that is developed over years of training and experience. The idea of creating a separate department that would focus on the most at-risk children in our state is an interesting concept. In general, the Ombudsman's Office is in favor of any additional resources and help that can be directed towards child welfare. As you've heard, the number of children in state custody has increased over the last several years, although that number has fallen slightly again. I expect it to sort of go up and down a little bit as we go forward. There are many factors that have caused pressure on child welfare professionals in our state, beginning with the opiate epidemic and most recently with COVID-19. The children involved in child welfare services make up a small proportion of children in our state, but they deserve a larger share of our attention. Any child that has entered state custody deserves the best that we have to offer for every moment that we care for that child. We should do everything we can to improve the situation of these children, and LD 1263 may be an effective step in that direction. And I did mark that the Ombudsman's office was sort of neither for or against this bill, but I do think it's a really interesting idea. And I would at least like to see further study, or I mean, anything that you can do to maybe tease this out and explore it, I think would be great. I don't think it will solve every problem, but I think it's certainly any sort of laser focus we can have on the kids that are at risk of entering state custody, in state custody, or should be in state custody would be beneficial. I'm happy to answer any questions or help in any way in the future about this bill.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Albieri? Seeing none. Thanks for being here today and for the work that you do. That concludes the testimony. Questions from the committee, requests for additional information for Anna. Yes, Representative Madigan.
I just want if Anna or someone could gather or bring to the work session just the history of consolidation and breaking apart of the department, the different divisions, because I think that's happened over and over again. If we could just get a timeline of that and results, things like that. So we just have an idea of what prompted things before and what was the result.
Thank you. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am interested, first of all, thank you so much, Anna, for all the legwork you do in gathering the answers to these questions. I am interested in funding. Seems to me like, this of course is focusing on the organization, the wiring diagram of how we organize our thoughts, but it seems to me like it doesn't matter how we wire it if we don't adequately resource in order to achieve what we aim to do. So my ask is that is to have some timeline of funding, recognizing that the organization of how these responsibilities has changed. So laid over onto that, I'm interested in how the funding has changed over time, perhaps laid over Representative Madigan's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No hands are up. So I will close the public hearing on on 1263 and open the public hearing on LD 1385, an act to provide a timely placement with respect to violent patients in hospital emergency rooms, and welcome the bill's sponsor, Representative Dodge. Hello, Representative Dodge.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Representative Meyer and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I am Representative Jan Dodge from House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to present LD 1385, an act, to provide timely placement with respect to violent patients in hospital emergency rooms. Several years ago, I was invited to tour the recently renovated ER of Waldo County General Hospital in Belfast. The area was full of the promise of great care for short-term treatment of patients with medical emergencies through the use of new equipment and an improved layout. Nurses and staff were beaming. Fast forward, I began receiving a series of emails and phone calls regarding violent patients who had been at that same department for days with no possible placement on the horizon. A nurse and a member of law enforcement reached out to ask if I was aware of the problem and if there was something I could do to help. In discussing this bill with local advocates, I was instructed by a doctor, an ER nurse, and a member of law enforcement to be blunt today. The intent of this bill is to ease the situations in hospital emergency departments, increase the safety of ER staff, and reduce the burden on local law enforcement in towns where the hospital does not have its own security until more facilities are built. When I asked about the ultimate solution, one said, "It is not against the law to be mentally ill. The only solution is for the legislature to appropriate enough money to build the needed facilities. This is not a new problem. I have seen it throughout my 36-year career." End quote. Maine needs to increase the number of secure residential treatment options in the state. Violent patients, regardless of cause, pose a danger to nurses, doctors, staff, and other ER patients. Our emergency rooms are the last resort. It is the ER or jail. Law enforcement recognizes that jail is not the place for those with substance use disorder or mental illness. But this realization does nothing to decrease the danger for staff. There is bipartisan legislative history at both the federal and state level to address violence in hospitals. In 1986, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, known as EMTALA, was enacted to protect medical staff. Here in Maine, in the 129th, LD 926, an act to protect hospital employees from assault, was sponsored by Representative Hanley. LD 1199, an act to protect the safety of healthcare workers, was proposed by then Senator Dow. LD 803, creating 4 crisis centers, was championed by Representative Charlotte Warren, and Representative Talbot Ross sought to increase the number of forensic crisis beds with LD 1295. The lack of evaluation, stabilization, and treatment facilities for adults and juveniles is pervasive. Some facilities have had to close beds due to staffing and safety concerns when a violent patient is accepted. Some hospitals, like Waldo County, have hired their own security, which has eased the burden on local law enforcement. Some, also like Waldo County, have had to upgrade to add safe rooms and retrofit an area to increase seclusion and monitoring capabilities for dangerous patients. Hospitals and staff are doing their part, sometimes sustaining scratches, bruises, and broken bones. Yet critical access time limits continue to be exceeded after stabilization. I ask you to please pass LD 1385 to protect ER staff and patients. Thank you. I will be glad to try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Dodge, for bringing this forward yet again. So what do you envision for how many beds, forensic beds or other kinds of stabilizing, I don't know.
Representative Craven, you're on mute.
Oh, that was probably good because I wasn't saying anything useful. So
carry on.
Yeah, so thank you. I'd really like to hear your vision of how you think these facilities would be distributed and how many beds, and I'll just put it like beds. You probably don't always need a bed to be in a safe place, but so maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Thank you so much for that question. In my brain and in my heart, I see 5 or 6 facilities distributed throughout the state with, call it 50 to 100 beds per facility, fully staffed, just to help deal with this situation and this crisis. But I realize that that is not in the immediate future. And the bills I listed didn't pass. Our facilities aren't happening. The gerontology facility in Bangor that has just opened, I think that has just a few beds that are available for violent treatment for gerontology patients, our elder citizens. But the ultimate goal of this bill is to try to mitigate some of the circumstances that are being encountered by our healthcare professionals, to establish some disincentives, if you will, to make things happen faster, and perhaps highlight the fact that without these stabilization, evaluation, and treatment facilities or beds that you refer to, we're going in the wrong direction. This is something that must happen. And this bill is just a beginning of perhaps nibbling around the edges to try to help, I'll be blunt, force the issue.
Other questions for the bill sponsor? Seeing none. We will hear from Jeffrey Trafton. Welcome, Mr. Trafton.
Thank you, folks. I apologize. For some reason, my camera is not working on my computer today, so I'll have to just, I'll read my testimony. Honorable members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Jeff Trafton. I'm currently serving as the sheriff in Waldo County. I would like to offer my support for LD 1385, an act to provide for timely placement with respect to violent patients in hospital emergency rooms. Law enforcement officers are often tasked with bringing citizens suffering from mental illness who are in crisis to the emergency rooms of our local hospitals. These patients are very often violent, making them dangerous to hospital staff, patients already in the ER, and family members attending to those patients. Too many times I've seen these types of patients languish in the emergency rooms for days and sometimes weeks, waiting for a bed to open in a facility that is designated and staffed to handle these types of patients. I have personally investigated calls for service where emergency room staff have been assaulted. I believe our state is improving its response to the mental health crisis, but we need to do more to protect patients, medical staff, and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Questions for Sheriff Trafton? Seeing none, we'll hear next from Lisa Harvey McPherson. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Representative Meyer and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here to speak in support of this bill on behalf of Northern Light Health. And I'm going to focus on a specific population that would be impacted by this bill. In general, it is an unfortunate experience for a patient to have a violent episode in a facility where they reside. The facility may be a nursing facility, might be a disabled developmental facility, but it's a community-based facility and an event happens. And we understand that there's concern for safety of the patient and safety of the staff when that occurs. The patient is transported to the local emergency room, and our focus is the discharge of this patient, not the facility transferring that patient to the emergency room. And I want to make sure I'm very clear about that. So the patient is in our emergency room and they're stabilized. We've implemented a treatment plan. We've effectively managed that behavior. And we contact the facility to say, this patient is ready to be transferred back into your care. And the facility simply says, no, we cannot manage these behaviors. On occasion, when 911 is called, the facility swiftly discharges that patient and advises us they're no longer a resident, no longer their responsibility. So the patient sits in the emergency room, and these are another patient population that is stuck. And very often the emergency room is not a pleasant place if you're a little sick. But if you are someone who is an older adult or is developmentally disabled or have a mental health condition, it is highly detrimental to you as an individual to be in the emergency room waiting for placement. And as I was working on testimony for this bill, one of our rural hospitals called me for help with a developmentally disabled individual who had been in the emergency room for 3 weeks as they negotiated with the facility to try and take this individual back in care. And after 3 weeks, we were successful. So I want to thank Representative Dodge for sponsoring this important legislation. And we do have, you'll notice that my testimony and support is qualified, and we have an important change that needs to be made in this bill. I think the intent of this section is right, but it has some strong implications. And that's section 1, discharge after treatment. And this section could be interpreted
30 seconds, please.
To say to the emergency room, when the patient is ready, you must discharge. You're compelled to discharge this patient. Well, that's an EMTALA violation. We need to have a safe discharge plan, and I think everyone understands that. The most important aspect of this bill is in section D. We asked that when a facility refuses to accept a patient back in care, that the Department of Health and Human Services must be engaged and must agree to that decision. Because otherwise, the department can support that facility with resources to help that patient return and advocate for that patient because they are now clinically stable. You're going to hear other support for changes in this bill. I will say the emergency department funding is not something that we see that we need in this bill. If we did this well, the patients wouldn't be stuck. So reimbursement is not what we're talking about. Transfer back to the right level of care is what's a priority for us. And I thank you for the opportunity to express our support.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Harvey McPherson? Yes, Representative Perry.
Thank you. I do have a question because I have a memory of a situation where we had an Alzheimer's patient in an assisted living, a PNMI assisted living, who really weren't, she was there as an elder and became dangerous to herself and the members of that assisted living, and was taken to the hospital. They couldn't take her back. They did, first of all, because of the danger she posed, even to her fellow warders that were there. This will not create a problem where this facility, which really is not prepared to take care of this level of patient, is going to be required to take her back.
What I see as the opportunity in this bill is that scenario also. When we engage the department, and you're right, this residential care facility couldn't take this individual back. We understand that. But what are the right resources to get this individual to the right level of care? And sitting in the emergency department is not the most efficient pathway towards that goal. And so I see the department having a role in advocating for this patient to return to the right level of care or access the right level of care if that facility is no longer able to meet their needs.
Representative Perry, did you have a follow-up question? Okay, hands down. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I assume we will see you at the work session.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. We want to welcome Senator Claxton. Welcome. And we will now hear testimony from Sarah Calder. Ms. Calder. Hello. Welcome.
Hello. Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton, members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Maine Health, and I'm here to testify in qualified support of LD 1385. As you've heard, acts of violence against healthcare workers in the emergency department continue to rise to unprecedented levels, and our frontline care team members are threatened and experience active physical violence on an all too regular basis, and our hospital EDs are ill-equipped to deal with this dangerous behavior. Additionally, when violence is committed by patients with behavioral health diagnoses, we struggle to place these patients in the next appropriate level of care, which often leads to these patients, as you've heard, languishing in our EDs for days and weeks at a time. Within the Maine Health system, reported acts of violence have increased almost 16% in the past four years. And there's really no one reason that we can point to account for this increase. We could certainly attribute it to our fragmented behavioral health system, which includes residential and community-based treatment, as well as the growing substance use epidemic. But the Joint Commission has also attributed acts of violence to stressful conditions, such as long wait times, being given bad news, and domestic disputes. So with all of that said, we support a multifaceted approach to address this incredibly complex situation, one that includes rebuilding our behavioral health system, which you all heard yesterday, LD 1262, introduced by Senator Kathy Breen, as well as addressing children that are languishing in our EDs, which was LD 118, introduced by Representative Jay McCrate, and then equipping hospitals with the supports necessary to pursue legal recourse, which you all heard, LD 629, introduced by Representative Walter Reisman. So it's for that reason that we support the intent of the legislation before you today as part of this package, but I would ask the committee to make the amendments that I've included in my written testimony, and Lisa highlighted many of those, so I won't go through those, but I do want to make clear that without those changes, we're unable to support the legislation as drafted. I just wanted to share one thing with you. A physician leader within our organization told me not too long ago that the ED is the only place in the hospital where we can guarantee a patient will get worse the longer they are there. And that really stuck with me. It's neither good nor safe patient care for patients to languish for days and weeks in our EDs. And so with that, I hope that you will take into account the amendments that I suggested in my written testimony and vote ought to pass on LD 1385. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from the committee for Ms. Calder? Seeing none, I assume we'll see you at the work session as well.
Thank you.
Providing testimony in opposition to the bill is Jessica Pollard. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Please go right ahead.
I will. So thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee. There are a number of concerns with this bill as written. It is the responsibility of emergency departments to assess for blue paper criteria whenever an individual presents in the throes of a mental health crisis. Those criteria broadly include the presence of mental illness as a threshold criterion, and then evidence of dangerousness to the individual or others. Individuals demonstrating dangerous behaviors cannot be discharged if they meet blue paper criteria. If those criteria are met, they require transfer to a psychiatric unit or hospital. And additionally, as has been mentioned previously, there are federal requirements under EMTALA that require a hospital to provide stabilizing treatment within its capability and capacity until the condition is stabilized or an appropriate transfer accomplished. During the process of blue paper assessment, emergency department security, the responsibility of the healthcare facility, is critical. Medicaid does not pay for added security because it is not a medical service. Once a transfer or discharge referral route is identified, the department works with the emergency departments to assist with appropriate transfer or discharge when necessary. For example, the private non-medical institution PNMI gatekeeper for the department assists with safe, appropriate returns to prior PNMI placements. Additionally, the PNMI gatekeeper already has the authority to authorize enhanced rates to support PNMI Appendix E placements and their ability to safely manage individuals with serious mental illness returning to their care. State psychiatric facilities work with emergency departments on referrals for individuals meeting the criteria for involuntary hospitalization. The department attempts to assist with finding placements for individuals who've been in the emergency room for psychiatric reasons involuntarily after 24 and 48 hours. The department's Care Coordination Unit, or CCU, becomes involved in more complex cases to set up team meetings to coordinate care prior to and following the discharge from an emergency department. The Office of Main Care Services and OBH have enacted rule and contract language requiring community mental health providers to have permission from OBH to deny referrals of persons with serious mental illness and to terminate those individuals from services. As there are many different referral routes for individuals with serious mental illness leaving emergency department, there is no one departmental unit responsible for all violent individuals in emergency departments. Violence can co-occur with serious mental illness, and it may be
30 seconds, please.
May be entirely independent of any mental illness. Violence that is independent of mental illness or intellectual disability or developmental disability is not the responsibility of the department outside of assisting families struggling with abuse or neglect. It is only when an individual, violent or otherwise has a serious mental illness and meets criteria for care and treatment that can be provided by the department, does the department step in to provide that care and treatment in as timely fashion as possible. Mandating an arbitrary time period of 24 hours is unrealistic. So there is additional testimony that's been provided as written, but since I'm out of time, it might just be more helpful for me to take questions since the rest of it is written for your at your leisure.
Thank you, Dr. Pollard. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Representative Meyer. I am not, Jessica, I'm not seeing your testimony online.
Oh no, well then I shouldn't have assumed you'd be able to see it. I'm sure we will submit it.
Did you want to take a minute or so to complete the testimony?
If you don't mind, I wanted to be respectful
Not at
of
all.
the
Go
time
ahead.
limit, but if I can, certainly.
Go ahead.
So the additional points are that the Office of Child and Family Services would presumably be the unit responsible for the person in the case of children covered by this bill. OCFS has a limited legal authority to seek and obtain custody of a child based on Title 22, Chapter 1071. OCFS can only file a petition for custody if it is determined that the child is at risk of serious harm or jeopardy. Both serious harm and jeopardy are defined in statute. A parent has constitutional rights that OCFS cannot interfere with outside of the court process. And there are certainly situations where a child may be exhibiting violent behavior through no fault of the parents. So OCFS would have no legal basis. Additionally, the children's behavioral health staff work with providers to try to return a child who has been discharged from a residential facility to a hospital after they've received treatment. OCFS does not have a mechanism to force providers to hold a bed open or require readmission. If OCFS did have this mechanism, such a mechanism would only create another safety issue in the cases where for the residential facility instead of the emergency department. OCFS is already seeking to increase capacity to provide secure residential treatment for children, as evidenced by the work to stand up a psychiatric residential treatment facility for youth in Maine. And finally, there are no current provisions in rule or statutes that allow for, quote, secure, in other words, locked residential placements as differentiated from secure inpatient hospitalization. The department is working on increasing residential options to allow placements in the least restrictive environment, as well as working on using available state psychiatric beds most efficiently and effectively. In other words, the department is assertively working to use both existing resources and develop additional resources within the allowable parameters of statute and licensing. We have also worked diligently to increase residential bed capacity, such as adding 42 residential beds for those with serious mental illness in the past 2 years, and have an additional 52 beds under consideration. So that would conclude my testimony, which I think was just now uploaded.
Thank you. Committee questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Providing testimony neither for nor against, welcome Mallory Shaughnessy.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm sorry you've had a long day and you've got a few more to go. Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I am the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. And I am here to speak as informational and neither for nor against LD 1385. The provider members of the Alliance provide services across the state of Maine, and this entails many that provide the PNMI level residential services for both adults and youth. In the past few years, as we've seen a near dismantling of the behavioral health system of care in our communities, we have seen an increasing level of acuity in the clients referred to these residential services from hospitals and from other sources. As jails have filled with Mainers struggling with mental illness and Riverview has been pressed to release patients to make way for new patients, we've also seen an increasing level of violent behavior. This poses a safety threat to not only the staff of these residential facilities, but to the other residents of that facility. Unfortunately, we have been losing providers of this service of care over the last few years, and many providers have reduced the amount of this service that they do provide. There are also many beds left empty in facilities because of staffing shortages. the reimbursement rate for this service simply doesn't cover the cost of providing safe care for more complex patients. It doesn't even come close. This bill has many good points, but overall we had some concerns about it, and so we're speaking neither for nor against. With Section 2D requiring a residential care facility to take the person back once cleared for no longer needing medical care, when a facility cannot manage a patient due to the lack of resources and staff to provide a safe environment for that patient and the other residents, they simply cannot accept that client back into care. Support for 2E, we do think that creating an enhanced rate to cover for the residential facilities to cover closing a bed because they have to secure a certain wing of the facility or increase staffing to care for a patient that has more acuity and is in need of more constant oversight. And for 2F, covering costs of security at an emergency department or at a residential facility for a client that does have some violent tendencies would be important. These aren't necessarily in there, but we agree with some of the points that were made. And we also agree with 2G that increasing the number of secure residential facility or residential treatment options in the state is needed. And I have to say, notwithstanding Director Probert's testimony, there are many times when a PNMI residential facility is not offered the appropriate resources to care and safely manage for somebody at this level of acuity and destabilization within that residential facility. At this point in Maine right now, there are 2 instances I know of where police have had to come to a residential setting multiple times in a day because of rising danger and violent tendencies of a patient that they have not been able to address and have had to pay extra for security of their own with funds that they don't have. So this is a problem throughout the system and we really need to address it. I don't know that this is the bill to do that. But neither for nor against, there's some good points and some concerns. And with that, I'd be happy to bring more information to the work session or provide any other information for you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. Questions from the committee? Seeing no hands up, we will invite the final individual providing testimony on this bill, Mark Joyce. Mr. Joyce.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mark Joyce. I'm a managing attorney at Disability Rights Maine, Maine's protection and advocacy organization for individuals with disabilities. And I was speaking neither for nor against until I realized, listening to the testimony, that it does appear to be a bill that is specifically related to individuals with psychiatric disabilities who are displaying behaviors that may be manifestations of their disability. In that case, I'd be very against this bill. And I'll tell you a few reasons why. One is that the issue of whether or not there's a need for more beds, there's really not enough data because of the fact that when you have a person who is in the emergency room, we just do not know the reason why certain hospitals are they full of not taking the person? Is there different reasons? Do they have a disagreement with the hospital? We've had cases where there have been people in the emergency room, and the hospital had its own psychiatric wing or ward, and there was a disagreement, and they had an open bed, but that person didn't go there. So without any data as to determining, whether or not there are a lack of beds, it's very difficult to make a determination as to whether that's the issue or not. As to individuals with disabilities who are in the emergency room, they're covered by the American with Disabilities Act and the Maine Human Rights Act. And so they are entitled to reasonable accommodations in terms of their behaviors in the particular facility. In terms of individuals, because you're looking at 2 different sorts of cases, one where people are in the emergency room, and then you have people who are dropped off there by, say, the PNMIs or the group homes or whatever. And so when I hear the testimony around behaviors in terms of related to violence, that particular issue, when you're talking about the behaviors that are related to or manifestations of a person's disability, is subject to an accommodation. And so you don't have to accommodate if you meet what they call direct threat. And I want to make this clear is that when there's a direct threat, it's only can't be accommodated if there isn't another accommodation that can address that direct threat. So there has to be an individualized assessment. And I can't stress this more heavily. It's got to be an individualized assessment as to whether or not the individual, due to their behaviors that are manifestation of their disability, can't go back because there isn't an accommodation that would meet their needs to go back. And so I just want to really stress that making sort of wide generalizations about individuals who are violent in emergency rooms, when that individual may be covered under these federal and state statutes, I think is something that
30
needs to be looked
seconds,
at.
please.
And just in terms of my testimony, there already is the federal law regarding EMTALA, which was specifically about patient dumping. And so in terms of anything regarding discharge, it has to follow EMTALA. EMTALA has, in my testimony, I've cited the statute, definitions about what's a transfer, which includes discharge, definitions of what's an emergency medical condition. And I think this bill, if it passed, you would have people maybe discharging individuals unwittingly in violation of EMTALA. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee questions for Mr. Joyce? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today. That concludes the testimony on 1385. I'd ask the committee for any requests for additional information for the work session. Yes, Representative Griffin.
Did Representative Dodge submit her testimony? I didn't see it on the electronic file.
I did not see it there either. You might want to try and submit it once again, Jan. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on 1385 and open up this afternoon's final public hearing on LD 1324. Resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct an assessment of human trafficking in the state, and welcome the bill's sponsor, Representative Roberts.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Tiffany Roberts, and I represent House District 6, which is comprised of the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick. I'm here today to present LD 1324, resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct an assessment on human trafficking in the state. LD 1324 directs the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct an assessment of human trafficking in Maine and make recommendations to the legislature on how to prevent trafficking and address reentry. Human trafficking and sexploitation is an issue in Maine that often falls under the radar. My personal awareness came when a constituent approached me, armed with a stack of documents from a national study that gave Maine a D rating on our handling of human trafficking. It outlined all the areas where it believed we were weak or lacking in policy or law. This began my journey on what I thought would be several bills that would help rectify this crisis. I quickly learned there was much more to this issue than I could have imagined, and that there was no silver bullet or stack of bills to fix it. After meeting with various stakeholders, including law enforcement, victims and survivors, advocates, service providers, staff in the Attorney General's office, and even speaking to our chief executive, it became clear that there are various needs each thought would help and approaches they felt would not. There was not always consensus within these topics either. However, one common thing I heard repeatedly was the lack of current information and the need for more Maine-specific data. This could help us properly identify and target areas for improvement. Now, Maine's Human Trafficking Needs Assessment includes data collected in 2015 by Mikasa and Hornby Zeller Associates, Inc. A lot has changed in those 6 to 7 years, including the end of the task force that was formed by the previous Attorney General, our current Chief Executive. It is time that we take another complete look at human trafficking in Maine so that we can best assess how to combat it. We need updated information to create a second edition of the assessment. This bill asks for the second assessment to be done along the lines of the same criteria as the first, with some additional information added. There may be stakeholders who will weigh in, who would like additional information added to the assessment, which could be helpful and would be at the committee's discretion to add. The assessment would come back with recommendations to the legislature on what the next right steps look like towards combating human trafficking, especially in regards to prevention and reentry. I thank you very much for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you may have and provide additional information for an upcoming work session.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for bringing this bill forward. We will hear from Elizabeth Ward Saxo. Ms. Saxo. There she is.
Hi, sorry about that. I couldn't get the button to work. Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, member of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I'm submitting testimony today on behalf of the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the organization which serves Maine sexual assault support centers. We also oversee Maine's Sex Trafficking and Exploitation Network, also known as MaineSTEN. If you're not familiar with MaineSTEN, there's a link in my testimony. You should go check it out. We're here today in support of LD 1324. We support this effort to expand our collective knowledge about the prevalence of trafficking in our state, but have a couple of additional comments and thoughts, which we have already shared with Representative Roberts. In 2015, Mikasa conducted with Hornby Zeller Associates, Maine's first and only needs assessment on human trafficking in Maine. While this assessment was called the Maine's Human Trafficking Needs Assessment, it had a specific focus on sex trafficking. At the time, there were more people and resources focused on sex trafficking. While labor trafficking was mentioned in the assessment, there remains a gap in information, and researchers strongly recommended to investigate this issue further, something we have not yet done. Initially centering labor trafficking would pave the way for increased outreach and services to be created in what is a near vacuum. Additionally, it would allow for policymakers and service providers to look at the shared systemic roots of labor and sex trafficking and create solutions that serve all survivors of trafficking. In the last 5 years, the information learned about sex trafficking from 2015 needs assessment has been used to train first responders, enhance community awareness of trafficking indicators, conceptualize the scope of trafficking in the media, secure funding for outreach and service provision, and drive legislative initiatives. It's time to shed light on labor trafficking and grow the awareness of and resources for the community response for those survivors too. Our second suggestion is to shorten and also broaden the measures of the study outlined in this bill. It appears that the measures chosen came from the results of our last study. If the section was shortened and broadened, the experts who will shape this new assessment will have more control over how and where to spend their limited resources. The data drive the process more organically. If this cannot happen, we'd be interested in looking more broadly at trauma and poverty as risk factors. We'd like to advocate for the study to use the public health model to assess against known risk and protective factors so that we can use our information to not only serve survivors, but also to prevent future violence. In summary, many thanks to Representative Roberts for her awesome journey on this and for bringing this issue to the fore. And we're hopeful that this is an effort that can move forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee for Elizabeth Ward Saxel? Seeing none.
Thank you.
We will hear next from Andrea Mancuso. Andrea, welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, members of the committee. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in support of LD 1324. As noted by Representative Roberts, the first study was indeed in 2015. It provided useful information about the prevalence of sex trafficking and exploitation in Maine, the needs presented by survivors, gaps in services, and system approaches that were creating barriers to safety. In response, in the last 6 years, some progress has been made, not only in the enhancement of services available for these survivors, but also as regards general awareness and education around the issues. Our network supports the need for a new assessment to best inform our collective understanding and the continued forward progress of this important work. The domestic violence resource centers across Maine work as part of regional multidisciplinary teams, often in partnership with the MICASA programs, to offer a range of aid to survivors fleeing sex trafficking and exploitation, including advocacy support, help connecting with housing resources, healthcare services, employment. Each year, these programs collectively serve between 120 and 220 survivors, both from rural and urban parts of Maine. And we've found that this work is best done collaboratively to ensure that there is no wrong door for these survivors, that outreach to any one of a number of community touch points will result in the engagement of the full network. What our advocates often see are folks typically with a history of sexual and physical abuse, lacking in basic needs, and a strong support system. In addition to sex trafficking, our programs really do see quite a lot of sexual exploitation. And a survivor recognizing they're being exploited or trafficked is really only the first step. Escaping from the person who's trafficking or exploiting can be very difficult. It typically does involve a really intensive multidisciplinary approach. Law enforcement, healthcare providers, advocates, educators, policymakers are all very critical in identifying and addressing and ending sex trafficking and exploitation in Maine. We think checking in with survivors, service providers, and these other stakeholders now 6 years after the first assessment will help Maine ensure that our response is moving in the right direction and is better meeting the needs of survivors. And it will update what the roadmap needs to be as we look forward to continuing progress. Thanks for the opportunity to be heard on this today. MCDV and our member programs are happy to be a resource to you as the process moves forward, or to any of the other involved stakeholders. And as Elizabeth said, I'd like to thank Representative Roberts for meeting with everyone in advance and really listening to the concerns and what the service providers and survivors thought was needed.
Thank you for being here today. Questions from the committee for Ms. Mancuso? Seeing none.
Thank you.
That concludes testimony on LD 1324. I would ask if the committee has any questions or requests for additional information for the work session. Yes, Representative Griffin.
I did want to thank Representative Roberts for bringing this bill. I think it's very, very important that we look into this. And I was hoping that we could get maybe a copy of the assessment done in 2015 for our work session.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no hands up, I will close the public hearing on LD 1324 and thank the sponsor for being here today. So that wraps up our work for a long Tuesday. Any announcements? No, nothing from our analyst. I guess I would say chairs and leads and analysts will meet briefly for scheduling. And we would ask that committee Democrats meet at 5 for what we hope is a swift caucus of our work sessions tomorrow. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
See you later.